About me, Joe. Come on.
Giannis Lipson defending her senior Metropolitan title. A pretty double somersault off the 10-foot board, and she wears the crown for another year. The 100-meter backstroke in which the dorsal fin stylists thrashed the pool water to a foam, with the women's Metropolitan title at stake. Speediest of them all is Edith Hilbert, a lady of rhythm and perfect form. And in a rippling finale, the summer spectacle of a water ballet troupe executing a routine of modern design.
We're up with you each morning, all day, and through the night. We're News 12, Long Island. From Montauk in the east to Great Neck in the west, news about Long Island for the people of Long Island. 24 hours every day. This is News 12, Long Island. And now, the night edition.
One man is dead, another wounded after an argument outside a Massapequa diner leads to gunfire.
Police say it was a fight between 3 members of a motorcycle gang and a 4th man, and the 4th man was armed. News 12's Carolyn Gussoff has more.
It was 1:45 in the morning, and shots rang out at the Nautilus Diner on Merrick Road. When the gunfight ended, 2 men were shot. One of them, 27-year-old Larry Carnelli of Massapequa, later died at Brunswick Hospital. The other, 45-year-old Stephen Spina of Bethpage, is in stable condition, shot in the groin and lower back. When police arrived to investigate, one name kept coming up.
The name of the group is the Pagans Motorcycle Gang. How it came up is we were told by people that we're talking to that they are members of the Pagan Motorcycle Gang.
Just mention the name Pagans, at least to the people we spoke with, and you get wide eyes and instant no comments. But the people who would speak say Pagans, a motorcycle club, have been around Long Island for years, based primarily in Suffolk County. But there's a branch right here in Farmingdale, and police say the shooting at the Nautilus Diner was a pagan dispute.
We've been told so far in the investigation that there was an ongoing dispute between one of the 3 individuals that were in the parking lot with the 4th individual who was also in the parking lot.
Police believe the fight was between 3 pagan club members who had an ongoing argument with a 4th man, and that the gunfight in the diner parking lot was over the treatment of a child. Police say the alleged shooter, Stephen Bryce of Hicksville, is now charged only with weapons possession. It'll be up to a grand jury to determine additional charges. He was not a pagan member.
Never happened before.
The owner of the Nautilus Diner says he never even heard of pagans, but police say they're no strangers to them. We spoke with some pagan club members near their Farmingdale headquarters, and they had no comment on the shooting. 3 of their members were involved in the incident, and one, according to police, is their leader. Craig Bernstein of Massapequa, the only club member not hurt in the gun battle, is, according to police, pagan president. Carolyn Gussoff, News 12, Long Island.
Bryce will be arraigned in 1st District Court in Hempstead in the morning.
A North Bayshore woman who says she's been battered by her boyfriend now has been charged with his murder. News 12's Patty Ann Brown reports.
When police arrived at 1255 Udall's Road, they found 44-year-old James Gibson dead in the living room. His live-in girlfriend, 34-year-old Christine Watson, told police that she had taken a kitchen knife and killed Gilbert as he lay on the couch.
The female occupant in the house had stabbed her live-in boyfriend twice in the chest. He was dead at the scene. She was taken into custody.
Watson told police Gilbert had beaten her repeatedly over the past 6 months while they were living together. Police say on the night of the stabbing, he allegedly struck her again several times, and she apparently decided she'd had enough.
In response to yet another physical assault by him on her last night, she retaliated by stabbing him.
Neighbors say Watson didn't seem like a violent person.
Christine was very nice, you know, very sweet, and
you know, calm lady. You know, she didn't seem like anything was bothering her, but you can't tell. Watson's brother and 3 of her children from a previous relationship were in the house at the time. Watson has been charged with second-degree murder and is being held without bail. In North Bayshore, Patty Ann Brown, News 12, Long Island.
Police say Watson was a homemaker and Gilbert was unemployed.
After pleading guilty to the 1989 Christmas Eve murder of a Brentwood woman, a Central Islip man is facing 15 years to life in prison. Timothy Thompson pleaded guilty to 3 counts of second-degree murder in the stabbing death of Deborah Ferguson. Police say Thompson also raped Ferguson in her Brentwood home. It was Thompson's bloody fingerprints that led police to his arrest. Thompson is scheduled to be sentenced next month.
An 11-year-old Uniondale child narrowly escaped injury this morning as gunmen terrorized his next-door neighbor. Police say 49-year-old Geralda Rodriguez was attacked as she was getting into her car to go to work. The gunman reportedly pushed her into her house and then shot her in the chest. Police say one of the shots went through Rodriguez's house and into the bedroom of her 11-year-old neighbor. Police say the child was sleeping when the bullet ripped through his wall. The child was not hit, but Rodriguez is listed in serious condition at Mercy Hospital. Police say the gunman stole about $1,400 from Rodriguez.
2 Selden teens were killed today after their car was hit by an alleged drunk driver. Police say 17-year-old Kenneth Whitbeck and 17-year-old Vincent Carvalho died after a van crashed into their car in Selden. A third passenger in the car, 17-year-old Joseph Burns, was taken to Stony Brook Hospital, where he is listed in critical condition. The driver of the van, Salvatore Amendola, has been charged with driving while intoxicated. And another fatal accident in Islip claimed the life of a mother of 2. Police say Maria Picalagu was jogging on Lowell Avenue when she was hit by an oncoming car. No charges have been filed against the driver.
It happens every spring that homeowners become the targets of rip-off artists. But this year, the tables were turned as Nassau County cooked up a scheme to catch some scam artists. Consumer editor Julie Kessler reports.
If you listen carefully, you can hear the motor on this refrigerator running. But notice the noise stops. The appliance repairman turns off the power and calls the consumer to give her the bad news.
Okay, man.
The repairman tells the consumer she needs a new defrost control timer. But what the repairman doesn't know is the consumer is an undercover investigator working for the DA.
Repair rate about $145.
We agreed to protect her identity.
In this case, the gentleman looked at the refrigerator, told me that I had about $140 worth of repairs that would have to be made, that I want to have done. I said if it had to be done, it had to be done, and he then took some time and told me it was fixed, and I paid him, and that was it.
And what actually had he done?
He just put the 2 pieces of the harness back together, which made the fan start running again, and that was it.
So essentially, what was he doing?
Charging me $140 to put 2 pieces of wire back together.
Investigators set up shop in this house on Pirates Cove in Massapequa, equipped with video and audio equipment, all to uncover unethical practices and unnecessary repairs. For example, they called in chimney companies to get estimates for cleaning, when the chimney in this house could not be cleaned. After this man claimed he cleaned the chimney, he then gives a hard sell to the consumer that he needs additional work, 2 caps, and crown repair.
I do the whole thing for you for now, everything, the cement, the 2 crowns, the 2 chimney caps, and the cleaning for $200. Can you afford that? No. $150. Not money for that.
According to the DA, the bottom line is buyer beware.
If it's a home improvement contractor, they should check to make sure the person has a license. At least that does away with some of the fly-by-night firms. Check with Consumer Affairs, see if there have been complaints, see if they have a bad record. Try to get some references. Those are all ways that people can protect themselves.
Julie Kessler, News 12, Long Island.
As a result of the sting, the DA charged 17 home improvement contractors with operating without licenses. 4 appliance repair firms are being referred to Consumer Affairs for administrative action, and 3 termite inspection companies will be referred to the State Department of Environmental Conservation for administrative action.
When the night edition continues, reassessing your property isn't always bad news. It could lower your taxes. We'll tell you how.
And Elmont residents are crying foul as the county plans to shut the doors of the local health center. Coming up.
1-800-THE-ROSE to express all of your feelings. The possibilities with flowers are endless, and so are the reasons for sending them. Create a memory that will last a lifetime. So to send your feelings with flowers across town or across the world, just say 1-800-THE-ROSE.
Hi, I'm Tim Paulson, Vice President of Hair Club for Men, and of course, I'm also a client. I'm proud to announce that Hair Club has just made a dramatic improvement in our strand-by-strand system of hair replacement, the Polyfuse method. Call our toll-free number now and we'll send you our new brochure describing in detail our latest innovation, the Polyfuse method.
So why call it Polyfuse? Because by applying a polymer to your existing hair, it will literally fuse with the new hair we add. And believe me, even when I run my fingers through Sean's hair, it still feels natural, like his own, even when the hair blows around. It looks very natural. Even when wet, Gerard's hair still looks like it's all his own.
So make sure you call our toll-free number now to find out more about our dramatic improvement, the Polyfuse method from Hair Club for Men.
Don't forget, we stand behind it. And remember, I'm not only the Hair Club president, but I'm also a client.
Okay, now try the next line. After Sedan DeVille, it's a blur. You tried. No, I just can't read it. It's too small to print. You know, the print in some automobile ads is so small even I can't read it. At Paul Conte Cadillac, there's no fine print. Just great service, the lowest prices, and our sincere desire to make you a happy, satisfied customer. At Paul Conte Cadillac, we combine Conte excellence with Cadillac elegance. Now that I can read.
You're watching News 12 Long Island, winner of the 1990 Emmy Award for outstanding coverage of an instant single breaking news story, Avianca.
Lowering our property taxes, it is something that just about everyone would like to do. News 12's Don Crawford has more now on a tax conference at Hofstra University.
You might look at this room as a room full of horror stories. This woman pays more than $6,000 a year in property taxes.
I live in Roslyn.
And about how much do you pay?
$6,400 a year.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Especially it's a condominium, so I don't even have a backyard to enjoy for those taxes.
This couple has seen its taxes more than quadruple over the years.
Paying too much.
May I ask how much you're paying, approximately?
A little over $4,000.
Okay. And that's quite a burden to carry, I imagine.
We want a fixed income, and it's too much to carry. We don't think the house is worth that much.
And this young mom-to-be also has a big tax burden.
My husband and I bought a house 2 years ago, and the taxes have jumped a lot since then, and we just weren't expecting it. So we're going to do what we can to see if we can lower the assessment. That's why I'm here.
All are here for a conference on lowering property taxes, sponsored by Assembly Speaker Mel Miller. Attorney William Siegel offered advice on how to get your home reassessed if you think you're paying an unfair amount in property tax.
New 1991-92 assessment roll is coming out on May 1, and the citizens of Nassau, the taxpayers of Nassau, have from May 1st to the third Tuesday of May to challenge their assessments.
Siegel says the secret to getting your house fairly assessed is as simple as doing your homework. Find out what other homeowners in your area are paying in taxes on their houses, then contact your local board of assessors. So lowering your property taxes could be as simple as checking to see what others in your circumstances are paying. And as the folks here point out, there are better things to do with your money than pay an unfair amount of property tax.
There's so many other things that you want to do with your life when you're retired. And you look forward to this time in your life, and when you have to put it out on taxes, it's hard.
Don Crawford, News 12, Long Island.
Well, we are in our 17th day now without a state budget, and the bickering has not let up. Republican state lawmaker James Tedesco says things won't get any better unless a neutral mediator is brought in. The Schenectady assemblyman says the go-between should be unpaid, like those hired to settle labor management disputes. But despite fiscal problems, the state says it's still mailing tax refund checks to millions of New Yorkers.
In Suffolk, the first shots have been fired in the battle to see who'll be the next Suffolk County executive. As political correspondent Doug Eade reports, the county's budget crisis took center stage in the debate between the candidates.
In seeking the Republican nomination for Suffolk County Executive, Bob Gaffney said he would try to portray incumbent Patrick Halpin as an incompetent financial manager. And in his first news conference as the GOP nominee, Gaffney did just that.
The budget process in Suffolk County has gone from crisis to crisis, from dilemma to dilemma, and it's all been partially driven from political purposes by the county executive.
Gaffney called for future county budgets to cover two-year periods. The Miller Place Assemblyman says two-year spending plans would give the county more stable, long-term planning. But Gaffney offered no specifics as to how he would make up Suffolk's projected deficit of $60 million.
At this point, I don't think it's appropriate or responsible for me to get involved in the negotiations that are underway at this point and the discussions underway between the individual county legislators and the legislature as a whole with the county executive.
Halpin opposes two-year budgets, saying with sales tax revenues and state aid both shrinking each year, it's hard enough putting together budgets that stand up for 1 year. And he says Gaffney's avoiding the real problem.
How does he propose that we close the $60 million budget gap? He has no answer to that question. And what's he doing to get the state aid we need for the state-mandated programs that in large part has caused this budget problem?
Budget experts have repeatedly said that the best way for Suffolk to get out of its financial mess is by raising taxes, property taxes, the sales tax, or both. But nowadays, advocating a tax hike is considered political suicide. The 91 campaign for Suffolk executive may very well boil down to which candidate can convince voters that he can get rid of the county's red ink while keeping taxes right where they are. In Hauppauge, Doug Geed, News 12 Long Island.
Budget problems have prompted Nassau County's Health Department to close the Elmont Health Center. It's a move that has residents there very upset. News 12's Judy Martin has more on that.
A nurse examines a patient at the Elmont Health Center. Whether speaking with health professionals here or clients, there is a common thread. They're angry, they say, because the Elmont Health Center is becoming a sacrificial lamb due to fiscal woes. The Nassau County Health Department says the center will have to shut its doors on May 1st. At the monthly Health Department board meeting, Commissioner George Pickett says it was a hard decision to make.
What else would I want to do? Just close down Hempstead, where we have 4 times as many people in greater needs right in the midst of the county's major metropolitan transit system, which is obviously a more important one. It's very convenient for the people in Elmont who live close by and have used it. But for every person who lives in the neighborhood of that clinic and finds this convenient to them, there are 3 to 4 other people who find it inconvenient and find Hempstead a whole lot better for them.
The Elmont Center serves about 6,000 people every year. Now those clients will have to go to other county clinics. Vanessa Lomax has used the Elmont Center all her life. She now brings her son Kyle there. She says even going to the Hempstead facility, which is only 5 miles away, is a tremendous burden.
Things right now, I wouldn't say are rough, but, you know, I'm trying, and for them to take the health clinic away when he starts school, it'd be like totally impossible for me because I don't drive.
But according to Commissioner Pickett, the county is trying to arrange a busing program for Elmont residents to other clinics. Commissioner Pickett says the Elmont facility is not in very good shape. The department estimates it needs about $592,000 in renovations. It's money that could instead go toward expanding the Hempstead facility. But Elmont residents say they don't want to see Elmont killed just so Hempstead can live.
For 35 years, the county's provided local, accessible health care, and now they're taking it away and telling us we'll be better off. We just resent the duplicity in all of this.
We have lots of elderly people, and we have women with children, and we have people with TB, all kinds of problems. We've come to depend on it. It belongs to us. Our taxes paid for it, and we're entitled to have it there. And they have no right to take it away because it belongs to us.
Judy Martin, News 12, Long Island.
The county says closing the Elmont facility should save about $500,000.
Coming up next on the Night Edition, Roberto says expect a mixed bag of weather. He's up next with the forecast. And LIPA takes another step towards decommissioning Shoreham.
And the trash for ash deal between the towns of Hempstead and Brookhaven moves a step closer to reality.
When it comes to betting, come to Hillside and be the friend to us.
It's Hillside Betting's 4-in-1 Red Tag Sale. And right now, buy any Sealy mattress and get the matching box spring, frame, and delivery free. Twin size Sealy, $89. Full size, only $139. Queen size sets are only $169. With box spring, frame, and delivery free.
Come to Hillside, be the
Neil, the big name in Hyundai, is even bigger. Neil Hyundai. Purchasing power, bigger, better deals. Neil, like buying direct from the factory. Neil, the lowest prices on Hyundai, guaranteed. Neil, 0% APR factory financing on select Hyundai models in stock. Neil, first-time buyers, finance experts help make bank approval easy. It's unbeatable. Neil Hyundai, open every day, open Sunday. Neil, the big name is even bigger. Neil Hyundai on Route 112 at the Medford-Patchogue border.
At United Ceramic Tile, you can bring home the bold look of Kohler interest-free. Qualified buyers just put 20% down on any purchase $500 or more and take 12 months to pay without any interest. And after you save, let United's design experts coordinate your Kohler fixtures, faucets, and accessories with one of the country's widest selections of ceramic tile. Store-wide savings on every Kohler item, every Kohler package. Whether it's a Whirlpool or complete bath, the bold look of Kohler on sale and interest-free at United Ceramic Tile.
Hi, I'm Gary Arcieri, president of Elegant Entries, New York's oldest and largest insulated steel door manufacturer, with another helpful home improvement tip. When selecting a home improvement company, always ask, who is doing the installation? Are they insured? Do they carry workman's comp? Are they factory trained and factory dispatched? If the answer to any of these questions is no, maybe you should review your options. Elegant Entries knows how to do the job right, first time, every time. And don't forget to check this Thursday's Newsday for spectacular savings.
The Long Island Power Authority is taking another step toward dismantling the Shoreham nuclear power plant. LIPA says it signed a co-employment agreement with the New York Power Authority. News 12's Scott Feldman reports.
We're ready to go. LIPA Chairman Richard Kessel sending a message to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. Kessel says hiring a half-dozen experts from the New York Power Authority for about $350,000 should convince the NRC to give LIPA the go-ahead to begin decommissioning Shoreham. There's also a message here for local ratepayers. I think that this co-employment agreement will save local ratepayers probably in the neighborhood of at least $500,000 if we had gone out and hired people on our own. I think it shows that having LIPA on Long Island in the long run is going to be a cheaper alternative for local ratepayers. Jack Bronze is president of NIPA and in charge of the new team.
Our objective here is to provide LIPA with the best possible team of people.
Meantime, LIPA's Kessel again criticized LOCO for putting Shoreham on low power that contaminated the plant and forced the $200 million cleanup. And he blasted the Shoreham Wading River School District for going to court to keep alive a facility that he says is dead and buried. I think that if they really cared about their own taxpayers, if they really cared about the people of Long Island, that they would halt their intervention and let us move forward with this as quickly as possible. LIPA wants to begin decommissioning Shoreham in October. Les Hill of NIPA will be the on-site manager.
We will remove the radioactive material from the site and dispose of it in accordance with the NRC's regulations at licensed burial facilities, and the facility will be available for unrestricted use.
And no danger to the public?
With no danger to the public, absolutely, yes.
Once begun, decommissioning Shoreham should take about 2 years. The bill paid by you, the ratepayer, an extra $7 a month. Scott Feldman, News 12, Long Island.
Brookhaven and Hempstead are moving closer to their controversial trash for ash deal. It is a way for both towns to deal with their solid waste dilemmas. A vote by the Brookhaven Town Board last night cleared the final wording of the agreement. News 12's Burl Britt has more.
Under the deal, the Hempstead mass burn facility would accept more than 200,000 tons a year of Brookhaven's trash for 8 years. In return, Brookhaven would landfill Hempstead's incinerator ash for 18 years. Economically, the arrangement is a wash. The wording of the agreement has finally been worked out by the two towns and is ready for public comment. Of course, not everyone approves of the arrangement. Brookhaven Councilman John Powell says there are too many unanswered questions.
Before anything is agreed upon, I think some of those question marks have to be in.
Health question marks?
Well, questions about ash and toxicity and things like that. No, I wouldn't say health, but I would say environmental and economic.
There's the perception out there that landfilling of municipal solid waste, that being raw garbage, is somehow a more wholesome or less of a threat to the environment than the landfilling of ash residues, and certainly the regulatory agencies on other levels of government don't see it that way at all.
And now Babylon wants a piece of the action, claiming it has unused capacity at its town incinerator. Babylon wants to burn some of Brookhaven's ash, but at a price. The Babylon offer is a fresh and unexplored alternative.
At this point, there has only been a 5-minute conversation between the two deputy supervisors in the town of Brookhaven and Babylon. They are going to follow up that conversation with a meeting, but we're in a very, very preliminary stage at this point.
But for now, Brookhaven Deputy Supervisor Peter Scully appears unfavorable to the Babylon offer, claiming it would cost Brookhaven taxpayers too much in fees that would be charged by Babylon. The next step on the matter will come on April 25th. That's when the town board will hold a special meeting on the Ash for Trash deal. In the town of Brookhaven, Burl Brett News 12, Long Island.
Hempstead officials declined to comment about the vote, saying it's still too premature, but they say they are pleased that the deal is progressing. And speaking about progressing, how about this weather forecast? Roberto, give us some good news, please. The weekend is not too far away.
You really want me to tell you what's going to happen Saturday and Sunday?
Yes. Get out that crystal ball.
Can I whisper?
Is it that bad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rain. And will the golfers get angry? I get more from the golfers. They're the ones that attack. Boy, I never thought about these guys. They like to be out there all the time. But anyway, it looks like we're going to have some clouds Saturday and Sunday. Please keep that in mind. And you see those clouds right from Texas all the way to Northern Plains and the Dakotas? Those are the clouds that are heading our way for the weekend. Let's get away from there quickly. Actually, we were talking about a departing system. This makes us feel a little better, you know what I mean? We need a respite before those clouds get here. And this will move away. We'll have showers toward morning and in the morning hours as well. Then finally, we'll get ourselves nice north-northeast wind. Things will clear out. We'll get a little sunshine in the afternoon hours. It looks like it's going to set up the stage for a nice day for Friday as well. So Friday appears to be a very nice day, the best day we're going to have. But then all of this inclemency you see approaching Texas and moving across the Ohio and Tennessee Valley the next couple of days, unfortunately, will give us inclemency for Saturday and Sunday. How much rain? Where is it going to track? We don't know because it's still too far away. But I can assure you that Saturday and Sunday, as of this moment, does not look very well. The sunrise at 6:11 a.m., the normal low at 42 degrees, so we're kind of normal there. Couple of showers, and you know that already. It's still hanging out there. There's nothing we can do about it. And, of course, the humidity at 85%, the sound 2 feet, the visibility 3 miles, and temperatures again in the 40s. No summer to speak about, and, in fact, all I can tell you is that we're going to get a good weather for just one day. It appears that Saturday and Sunday, if this system tracks the way I'm thinking it's going to track, very close to us along the coast, we could wind up with copious amounts of rain for both days. So I hope that's not true. But then, you never can tell, right? Right? That's the thing. No, Bill?
Scary. Okay, thanks,
Yes.
Roberto. Well, some brave Long Islanders were honored tonight in Uniondale. The Nassau County Fire Commission held its annual award ceremony at Uniondale High School. More than 20 firefighters received awards for their brave actions in the line of duty. Cablevision's Ann Balderston also got a special citation for her documentary on Long Island volunteer firefighters called Unsung Heroes.
We did an hour special called a Cablevision Special Edition, and it was an hour on the volunteer fire departments all across Long Island. And we covered everything from new recruits to men who have been in service for like 50 years, and just all aspects of the fire service.
Congratulations to Ann and the entire crew. Well, still to come on the night edition, President Bush makes a date to unveil his plan to change our education system. We'll have details.
And up next in sports, the Yankees sock it to Chicago. Bob Wolf will have that and the rest of the day's sports coming up.
And Matt Noakes has to scamper back to first.
Knowledge, experience, excellence. 3 attributes your attorney should have. For over 10 years, the firm of Binder & Binder has helped thousands fight for and win Social Security disability benefits. If you're having difficulty obtaining disability benefits, call Binder & Binder today.
I'm Charles Binder. Find out how our experience can help you. Call now for a free consultation.
The law firm of Binder & Binder. Call our offices in Hauppauge or Mineola now for a free consultation.
Free gas for the rest of your life.
You know, buying a car really shouldn't be like running the gauntlet. At Paul Conte Chevrolet Geo, we'll take the pressure off with honest, low prices, courteous salespeople, and dependable service. After all, why shouldn't you get the Cadillac treatment when buying a Chevrolet or Geo?
Paul Conte Chevrolet, the Cadillac of Chevrolet dealers. Sunrise Highway, Freeport.
Pancake Cottage, a whole lot more than just pancakes.
It's a wonderful restaurant
for everyone in the family.
The children's menu is really great, and it's priced for the family.
Every day is senior discount day at Pancake Cottage.
Coca-Cola and Pancake Cottage are celebrating spring, so Mom, Dad, come in and enter to win this Coca-Cola BMX bicycle at all participating locations.
This season, why slave over your old-fashioned barbecue when you can get a quality gas grill from Jetmore? Jetmore features one of Long Island's largest selections of gas grills and accessories at competitive prices. And Jetmore stands behind everything they sell. They assemble, deliver, test, and repair any of their products. They even make house calls and carry a full line of replacement parts in stock. Let Jetmore help you get more out of your backyard. See the friendly people at Jetmore, where they take care of everything but the cooking.
Friday's fight hype is growing by the minute, and you wonder if George Foreman is getting bigger as well by the minute.
He weighed in. We know that answer. But Friday night's heavyweight title match between Evander Holyfield and George Foreman will have a big winner, but not necessarily in the ring. Pay-per-view television stands to make in the neighborhood of $60 million on this fight. Call it a TV KO. The fight, however, does present some dramatic elements, including the public's curiosity as to whether old man George Foreman can actually win this one. Foreman's adeptness at grabbing attention is rivaling Muhammad Ali as boxing greatest showman. He's brought laughter and wit, not to mention a ton of food, to a sport that has been filled with sleaze and brutality. The beef and cheese industries just love him, too. His age a wonderment to all. Foreman has knocked out a bunch of palookas in small-time towns for little pay on his comeback, one that has boxing skeptics scratching their heads while George continues to stuff his. Holyfield is the solid but less charismatic champion who's the straight man to Foreman, the undisputed star of the show.
I'd like to thank George for accepting the challenge. I'm grateful to be able to give George an opportunity. I feel that everybody should get an opportunity to reach their goal.
They said I was fat and overweight. They said I was old. But as one great boxer said, here I is. Can't take that away from me, huh? I'm not even come here to get the cash. I could have got the cash last year before. I came back to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Evander Holyfield is a fine guy. You don't meet any better. If I had a kid, I'd call him Evander.
And it's George who raised Holyfield's arm in tonight's weigh-in. The champ hit the scales at a svelte 208 pounds. Foreman surprised himself by checking in at 257, 8 pounds lighter than he thought he would. He's been laying off the double cheeseburgers. Baseball's only unbeaten team is no longer, as the Yankees avoided being swept in their home opening three-game set against the White Sox, winning 10-1. The Yankee barrage all started with a whimper. Kevin Moss got the big rally going with just a little bunt single in the second. Teams have been playing Moss with an overshifted infield, but now they'll have to think twice. Mel Hall then proceeded to knock Moss in with a double. This ties the ball game at 1 apiece. 11 Yankees came to the plate in the inning with 6 runs scoring as Sox starter Alex Fernandez got tagged. Robin Ventura made the defensive play of the game. This came on a foul pop as he disappears. Don Mattingly had 2 RBIs in the day, including this base hit that scores Alvaro Espinoza. Sachs, Kelly, and Hall also knocked in 2 apiece, and by the end of the 6th, they led 9-1. Yankee starter Chuck Carey was superb, going 8 innings for his first win of the year. The Yanks have the day off tomorrow before a 3-game weekend set with Kansas City over the weekend. National League President Bill White has suspended Reds pitcher Rob Dibble and Astros infielder Eric Yelding for a brawl last Thursday. Dibble got a 3-game ban for intentionally throwing at a batter. Yelding got 1 game for charging the mound that led to a bench-clearing brawl. Doctors at Centinela Hospital in Los Angeles released a statement tonight regarding the condition of legendary jockey Bill Shoemaker. Not good news. Shoemaker is not expected to recover from the near-total paralysis he suffered following an automobile accident earlier this month. He's still listed in critical condition. He'll be transferred to a rehab institute in Denver on Monday. The Adams and Patrick Division Finals get underway tonight as the Penguins hosted the Capitals and the Bruins hosted the Canadiens at the Boston Garden. First period, the Bruins in white on this one. And Andy Moog makes the first save, but Mike Keane puts in the rebound for 1-0 Montreal lead. Cam Neely, star for Boston, though, after tying it at 1, he puts the game away. For Boston, they go on to beat Montreal 2-1 to take Game 1. And the Capitals took a 1-game lead in their series, beating Pittsburgh 4-2. An update coming up later, though, but right now, Bill and Roman.
Okay, Bob, thanks. Well, there was a ticket-buying frenzy all day in California in anticipation of a $120 million lottery drawing. Tickets were selling at a rate of 1 million per hour, and even though the buyers have only a 1 in 23 million chance of winning, most people already know exactly what they would do with the money.
After I win, I'll pay all my bills, number one.
Throw away my checkbook. Have some fun. Give some to charity.
I would travel. I would go to visit all the museums and churches of the world.
Now let's take a look at our local lotto numbers.
Big old baby boomer, and I'm going to load a boom on that baby, Evander Holyfield.
George Barney. Mr. Foreman, if you think you're going to beat me, you off your rocker.
Evander Holyfield. This April 19th from TVKO and Trump Plaza, the Battle of the Ages rages for the Heavyweight Championship.
When I get that Evander Holyfield in the ring, I'm going to rock that little kid.
Order the Battle of the Ages. Call your cable operator now.
Of all the personalized services offered by the American Express Gold Card, maybe the most significant is the first, application. You make one phone call, and if you qualify, all that's required is your signature. No forms to fill out, just a conversation. A simple demonstration of how easy many things will become when you're a Gold Card member. The American Express Gold Card. To get an idea of the kind of personalized service you can expect when you carry the Gold Card, call up and apply. Everything is done for you over the phone. If you qualify, you just sign the acceptance form when it arrives in the mail. 1-800-THE-GOLD. A preview of how it feels to be a Gold Card member. The American Express Gold Card.
I don't know where this goes. I don't either.
I don't either.
Lunchtime.
That's it.
If your service station can't figure it out, computerized carburetors can. Our nationally certified technicians utilize state-of-the-art diagnostic equipment to pinpoint troublesome problems quickly. Over 400 stations use our services to rebuild carburetors and fuel injectors or just to troubleshoot.
Dinner time.
So the next time your car needs repair, don't despair. Visit Computerized Carburetors in Garden City.
Congress and the Bush administration have agreed on a bill that will put the nation's railway workers back on track. The federal lawmakers agreed on the strike-ending bill tonight. More than 230,000 rail workers began walking the picket lines this morning. The workers have been without a contract for 3 years, and they're looking for an increase in pay and better health care insurance. The White House estimated that the U.S. will lose about $50 million a day during the strike.
Traffic on the Long Island Expressway has been slower these last 2 days during the morning rush because of striking White Rose workers. Police say the striking union members have been driving at slow speeds in front of White Rose trucks driven by replacement workers. At least one traffic accident involving a White Rose truck was reported today. White Rose management says the new labor talks are scheduled, no new labor talks are scheduled with the striking workers. The strike is in its 11th week.
President Bush's long-awaited education reforms proposal will soon be unveiled. He'll present his ideas at the White House in the afternoon before an audience of the nation's governors and education VIPs. Locally, reaction to the planned reforms is mixed. Ever since his inauguration, President Bush has been calling himself the education president. But now, 2 years later, his opponents say the grades on his education record are so low he doesn't deserve the title. So now, with his announcement to unveil a sweeping new plan of education reforms, educators are skeptical.
My initial reaction is one that education very frequently is a very good political platform, and every 4 years it's taken out of the closet and brushed off and used for good rhetoric. I'm concerned that next year, being a presidential election year, the president has to make good on his statement that he's the education president.
This man, a CW Post professor and former National Teacher of the Year, was invited to hear the speech in Washington. Dr. Jay Summer says he's optimistic that the president's proposal is sincere.
I've been dreaming about
this possibility that someday the President of the United States is going to take seriously the issue of education.
And he says it's the first time the president seems to be putting his money where his mouth is when it comes to education reform.
They have been talking about the fact that money is not the answer, and by now they have come to realize, yes, money is the answer.
Basically, the two educators say they're pleased with most of the initiative.
When we have 12 and a half, 13 million children who are in poverty, and that's 20% of all of the children under 18 are today poor. Now, these are real issues that I think the president's initiatives can deal with if they're not political.
But they give thumbs down to the part that deals with giving parents more choice in determining where to send their children to school.
If you have an excellent school and then you have a poor school, why should everyone run to the excellent school instead of improving the poor school?
But no matter what the president says in his education speech, educators say they're tired of the words and ready and waiting for some overdue action. And Suffolk County's PTA president reacted to the president's education proposal, saying she welcomes any new attention to education. But Stephanie Bland says she is concerned about the call for more national testing, and she questions, with the federal deficit, where's the money going to come from to pay for the reforms?
Nearly a third of the accidental deaths caused by firearms could be prevented, according to the General Accounting Office. The Congressional Watchdog Agency says 2 safety changes added to firearms would drastically cut down fatalities. The changes would include a device that would show when a gun is loaded and another device that would prevent children from pulling the trigger.
About 250 budding writers from Bayshore High School and surrounding communities teamed up for an ethnic writing conference. The conference, called the Ethnic Pen, consisted of workshops led by professionals from many fields. They included novelists, journalists, screenwriters, and poets, among others. Students say they learned to celebrate their ethnic backgrounds and to use their personal experiences to improve their writings.
Well, I learned a lot, especially from Katie Gray. I thought that since she was a black African-American, that she put me to the perspective that I can do something with my life, even though I am black.
Maybe if people did put their background more in their writing, that there wouldn't be as much racial tension. Maybe we could understand each other a little bit better.
Now, you may wonder, how much can these kids really learn in a one-day conference? Quite a bit, actually. And how do I know all of this? Well, the news writing class was taught by yours truly, and the entire story you just heard was written by the students. Not bad.
Nice job, too. Some unsettling weather is heading our way. Roberto will be back in a minute with his extended forecast.
And Suffolk's drinking water may be in for some changes if the county's health department has its way.
Pancake Cottage, a whole lot more than just pancakes.
It's a wonderful restaurant for everyone in the family.
The children's menu is really great, and it's priced for the family.
Every day is senior discount day at Pancake Cottage.
Coca-Cola and Pancake Cottage are celebrating spring, so Mom, Dad, come in and enter to win this Coca-Cola BMX bicycle at all participating locations.
Hi, I'm Gary Arcieri, president of Elegant Entries, New York's oldest and largest insulated steel door manufacturer, with another helpful home improvement tip. When you shop for a steel insulated door, make sure the door has a full steel edge and a steel frame. A wood edge door or wood frame is an invitation to an easy break-in and will cause moisture and expansion problems as the seasons change. Elegant Entries knows how to do the job right, first time, every time. And don't forget to check this Thursday's Newsday for spectacular savings.
Hi, I'm Tim Paulson, Vice President of Hair Club for Men, and of course, I'm also a client. I'm proud to announce that Hair Club has just made a dramatic improvement in our strand-by-strand system of hair replacement, the Polyfuse method. Call our toll-free number now, and we'll send you our new brochure describing in detail our latest innovation, the Polyfuse method.
So why call it Polyfuse? Because by applying a polymer to your existing hair, it will literally fuse with the new hair we add. And believe me, even when I run my fingers through Sean's hair, it still feels natural, like his own, even when the hair blows around. It looks very natural. Even when wet, Gerard's hair still looks like it's all his own.
So make sure you call our toll-free number now to find out more about our dramatic improvement, the Polyfuse method from Hair Club for Men.
Don't forget,
We stand behind it. And remember, I'm not only the Hair Club president, but I'm also a client.
A brief look now at what else in the world is going on. U.S. troops now have withdrawn from all of southern Iraq except for a narrow strip along the Kuwaiti border. 18,000 troops will remain in that area to care for Shiite refugees until someone else takes over that job. Along the Turkish border, things are not nearly as organized. British, American, and French troops are getting ready to set up refugee camps in the area. But in the meantime, hundreds of thousands of Kurds are receiving aid haphazardly at best. UN Secretary General de Cuellar says foreign troops should receive Iraqi permission before going there. He says otherwise the project poses a legal problem. But British Prime Minister John Major says there is no time to wait for Iraqi permission. He says the need is too great. The idea of protected areas for the Kurds was his to begin with. Secretary of State Baker agrees. He's in Luxembourg for talks with leaders of the European community. He's off to Israel tomorrow to try to advance the cause of peace in the Middle East.
Now taking a look at what's making news around the nation, a former FBI agent says he wasn't trying to mislead police when he turned them away from the Kennedy compound during the weekend of the alleged rape in Palm Beach. Police say they were told several times that the Kennedys were not available. The agent says people were coming and going at the estate, and he wasn't sure who was there. And in Portland, Oregon, a Red Cross center may have inadvertently sent out 3 pints of contaminated blood. One sample reportedly tested positive for the AIDS virus. The other 2 tested positive for hepatitis B. But Red Cross officials say there is no risk of any patients being contaminated. In West Palm Beach, many patients of an orthodontist with AIDS may be getting tested for the AIDS virus. The orthodontist sent a letter this week telling patients he's closing his practice because he has AIDS. He also suggested that anyone who was concerned get tested.
The Suffolk Board of Health has voted to delay a decision on fluoridating the county's drinking water. Opponents and supporters of adding fluoride to the water gathered at the Suffolk Academy of Medicine. Some medical and dental officials spoke in favor of adding the chemical, but many residents say fluoride is potentially harmful and they don't want it in their water. Suffolk's health commissioner has recommended fluoridating Suffolk's water. He says it will benefit everyone, especially children from low-income families.
32 million Americans do have fluoridated public water. It is a safe and effective preventive measure. And in this day and age when people are worried about the costs of health care, if fluoridation were to be, if water were to be fluoridated in Suffolk County, undoubtedly it would save all sorts of money for business, for labor unions, and for government.
In areas that have fluoride in it, I think it should be removed. As far as fluoride vitamins or fluoride tablets are concerned, I think that people who feel that there is some value to it should be allowed to do it as it's their freedom of choice. But I don't believe that people should be forced to drink this fluoride against their will.
The Board of Health says it will take up the measure at its next meeting.
Well, you can't really say you were surprised by this weather. April, after all, is known for its showers. Exactly. Roberto, take it away.
No, but don't you remember, like, I guess a week ago when we had that 5-day period where it was 82, 85 degrees. It was like summer.
We're making up for it.
Oh, I'll tell you, it's extraordinary the things that go on in life. And the old weather, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have lots of clouds over the region, breezes blowing out of the southeast, eventually out of the northeast, and clouds in the early morning hours as well. Keep that in mind as you get up and prepare yourself for the day. But I think what's going to happen is we're going to wind up with some clearing in the afternoon, and that's kind of neat. The temperatures actually to begin the day off at 44 degrees. Dew point at 35, begins to lessen somewhat. The winds out of the northeast in the early morning hours at about 10 miles per hour, and the pressure 29.95 holding steadily with temperatures you can see in the east end in the low 40s. So it's not going to be bad. That's the normal part of this time of the year, by the way. It's a kind of situation, I tell you, that's it's finally going to move away. But look at this situation, right from Texas right to Oklahoma and Kansas, this area here, these are the clouds that are heading our way, unfortunately, the Saturday and Sunday. And look at Florida getting hit with all kinds of wild activity there. But if we move over to the northeast, we have activity over our region as well. And of course, showery conditions still moving back into eastern portions of Pennsylvania. Should take a little time before they move out of the picture in the afternoon hours, but I promise you some clarity and some sunshine in the afternoon. And it should set up a nice situation for Friday. We'll have lots of bright sunshine. But remember those clouds I showed you way back in Texas. They're going to be here for Saturday and Sunday. The morning, we'll have some clouds, of course, a little bit of a shower, and 44 degrees. And then, of course, in the afternoon, it appears that the sun may want to come out, a gradual clearing with temperatures at a high of 58 degrees. Let's take a look at our extended forecast to see what we have in store for the next couple of days, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like a situation where everything will be, I don't like Saturday and Sunday. It bothers me, but there's nothing I can do about it. As you can say, rain likely, and maybe that's what it means, rain likely, but who knows? And then rainy Sunday, but maybe things will change the next day. I'm going to look at the old computer carefully and hopefully change its mind.
Okay, it did last week, right?
See?
Got a nice surprise, so there's always hope.
Yes.
Thank you, Roberto. Well, still to come on the night edition, a historic day on Wall Street and the rest of the day's business news.
And some sports. The Pirates lower the boom on the Mets. Bob Wolf with a sports update coming up. Home run, Jeff.
Okay, now try the next line. After Sedan DeVille, it's a blur. You tried? No. I just can't read it. It's too small to print.
You know, the print in some automobile ads is so small even I can't read it. At Paul Conte Cadillac, there's no fine print. Just great service, the lowest prices, and our sincere desire to make you a happy, satisfied customer. At Paul Conte Cadillac, we combine Conte excellence with Cadillac elegance.
Now that I can read.
Today at Nanridge Furniture, it's the greatest interest offer anywhere. 0% interest for 3 free years. No interest till this time in 1994 for the timeless elegance of Thomasville and Bernhardt Furnishings. That's 3 free years on gallery after gallery of more fine furniture than you'll see anywhere else. But who knows when 3 free might disappear completely. So while you can, get 3 free years, no interest at Nanridge Furniture, featuring Thomasville exclusively in Medford and Bernhardt in Smithtown.
Hi, Fred. Did you get Loco's flyer about switching to gas heat? They say I'd save money. But for the last 5 years in New York, gas hasn't been any cheaper than oil. So where's the big savings? And now, Loco is looking to raise their rates again by $35 million. I could spend thousands converting and save nothing. Talk about junk mail.
Oil Heat. It's Long Island's first choice for comfort, safety, and service.
They sent a chauffeured limo right to my door.
Sure they did,
Took me right to the plane. I got a sleeper seat.
No kidding.
And a free economy class ticket, too.
Really?
Unfortunately, no one believes the extraordinary things you get on Virgin Atlantic's business class to London, except the lucky ones who've flown it.
In you go.
They sent a chauffeured limo straight to my door.
Free economy class ticket.
Virgin Atlantic Airways. Take us for all we've got.
We're going to have to build a new wing for these guys.
Yeah.
In business news, Lilco management wants more power. The utility says it will ask shareholders to allow it to branch into other businesses. Lilco can now operate only as an electric and gas company. The company did not specify, though, what new business lines it might consider. And the Muppets have already taken Manhattan. Today, they're taking the Walt Disney Company to court. Henson Associates charges that Disney illegally used the Muppet characters created by Jim Henson. And turning now to Wall Street, where there is a new millennium tonight, the Dow Jones Industrial Average closed over 3,000 for the very first time. And for the day, the Dow gained 17 1/3 points to close at 3,004.21. Volume was heavy at 248 million shares. Advances led declines by nearly 2 to 1. On the commodities exchange, gold gained 40 cents an ounce. Silver added 8 cents an ounce.
Well, the Mets walked the plank. Bob Wolf is here with that sad story.
Last year, the Pirates took the NL East crown by neutralizing the Mets with tough lefty pitching. Did the same thing tonight. Lefty John Smiley blanked the Mets 4-0 with a one-hitter. This is the only hit for the Mets. Kevin McReynolds doubles with 1 out in the second for his first hit this year. He was also the last Met to reach base. We move to the bottom of the 4th inning. Ron Darling tries to pick off Gary Varsho. The ball hits him in the back, rolls to the outfield. Varsho scampers all the way home. So the Pirates take a 1-0 lead. Meanwhile, Smiley perplexed the Mets with pinpoint control. Here he gets Dave Magnan looking for one of his 4 strikeouts. We move now to the 7th inning. Jeff King goes deep off Darling. It's a 2-run homer. That made it 3-0 Bucks. They win 4-0. Smiley faced only 28 batters, retiring the last 23 in a row. He walked none to get his 3rd career shutout. McReynolds' hit prevented a perfect game for him. Elsewhere in the National League, the Expos blanked the Cardinals 1-0 at Montreal. First inning, Delino DeShields on second. On his try to steal third, Tom Bagnazzi's throw goes into left field. This allows DeShields to trot home with the game's only run. Here's Bill Sampson in the seventh, striking in Bagnazzi. Sampson won a career-high 7 innings, allowing only 3 hits to earn the victory. In local college baseball, Kings Point lost to Stevens Tech by a score of 5-0. Mike Bells pitched a complete game, 2-hitter, including 10 strikeouts. Kings Point falls to 7-5 on the year. The Kings Point lacrosse team didn't fare any better, losing to SUNY Maritime 9-6. Kings Point came back from a 6-2 deficit to pull within 1 on this goal by Hill Della Schmutt to make it 7-6. But that was it for the Mariners as Maritime shut them down while scoring twice more for the 9-6 win. And elsewhere, Post upset 11th-ranked Penn by a score of 15-13. Steve Sombrato had 6 goals and an assist. And Jack Herzlinger had 4 goals and 2 assists for Post. They're now 4-5 on the season. That's the story in sports. And now Bill and Wilma.
All right, thank you, Bob. And finally this hour, did you ever wonder why things are the way they are? One man has made a career out of pondering everyday coincidences. He spoke to a library group on Long Island, and News 12's Burl Britt asked him a few questions of his own.
Why do clocks run clockwise? Why does the vortex of a drain turn in a particular direction? Why do people close their eyes when they sneeze? And why does a woman open her mouth when she applies mascara? Author David Feldman has spent 5 years pondering what he calls imponderables, and he's even written several books answering those hard-to-answer questions.
Well, I was genuinely curious about a lot of these things, and I wanted to find the answers, and this has been a weird career, but it's been fascinating.
Feldman shared his findings with a small group at the Plainview Library, admitting that some answers take scores of phone calls to experts in many fields. Well, now, here are the answers. Clocks run clockwise to follow the old movement of sundial reflections. The vortex in a drain is governed by the movement of the Earth. Yes, they do run the other way, south of the equator. And women open their mouths because facial muscles are interdependent, and it helps tighten the area around the eye. And the eyes close during a sneeze because it instinctively protects your eyes, which actually bulge during a sneeze. Now you know. Burl Britt, News 12, Long Island.
I always wanted to know about that. Author David Feldman admitted to Burl that he's been unable to answer a few questions, such as, why is there only one shoe left on the side of a road? Why does anybody want to know that? But
just another imponderable. That's it for this hour. Thanks for joining us. I'm Bill Zimmerman.
And I'm Roma Torrey. We leave you now with a look at local ballet teacher Helen Herbst performing for her students at a ballet studio in Port Jefferson Station. That's it. Have a good night.
In the movies, well, it is not as hard as you may think. Here is our entertainment editor, Roma Torrey, with more. Roma.
Right, Scott, we're not talking about movie stars. We're talking about average folks. Movie making on Long Island is booming, and so more and more Long Islanders are indeed getting into the act. But don't expect to find many spotlights on them. Most are extras, and in some cases, it's their homes you may recognize on film, not their faces. Here now are some who made it to the big screen.
Oh, I'm there!
there, that's me. And then you blink? And then that's it. That's how fast it is. Elaine Ream is talking about her first time seeing herself in a movie. She was an extra in Scenes from a Mall, and though she's in there somewhere, we couldn't find her. But for that half a second on the screen, she might as well have been in heaven.
I've always loved the movies. I love everything about it, and just even being part of it, or backstage, or behind the scenes, so to speak. I think it's great.
Ream is one of a small group of Long Islanders who willingly turn their otherwise normal lives into chaos just for the fleeting thrill of being involved on the silver screen.
Most people dream about what a film set would look like, and here we are living in one.
Marianne Coleman's 52-room mansion was the setting for several feature films, including the 1958 classic Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, starring Elizabeth Taylor and Paul Newman.
This is your home. Is it since when?
Recreation is usually a no-no in the news business, but here it is, the same shot from a scene in Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, minus a chandelier, a column, and a part of a railing, which the movie crew conveniently removed. Mrs. Coleman didn't think it was necessary this time. And while it may all seem glamorous and exciting, Coleman says getting a family of 12 children up and out of bed at 5 a.m. to make way for movie crews is anything but.
Well, if you've had 12 children and a German Shepherd and a Collie, it's like an everyday experience.
I was awed. I mean, having a movie, Hollywood, and Bayshore.
The tedium of movie making is what surprised the Parado family the most when a crew from Married to the Mob moved in for a month. Their house from top to bottom was transformed into the home of a mob hitman, Alec Baldwin, and his on-screen wife, Michelle Pfeiffer.
Look at this place. Everything we wear, everything we eat, everything we own fell off a truck.
And the stars themselves were great people. They were just down-to-earth, ordinary people. I played several golf games with Dean Stockwell, who was a super individual.
Meet Mike Smith from Dubuque.
Sure enough, making movies on Long Island has become a popular and lucrative pastime for many Long Islanders. Both the Nassau and Suffolk Film Bureaus say movies have generated millions for the economy. But while it looks like a lot of fun, just ask Helene Parado. There are easier ways to make a dollar. Would you ever go for twice in a lifetime?
No. Yeah, they should come back and make part two.
No, I think one experience is quite enough. It was a lot of fun, and I wouldn't trade it for anything, but I would like to see someone else have this fun experience next time.
I'm Roma Torrey. Now, I mentioned getting yourself or your home in the movies can be lucrative. If it is a long shoot, especially at your home, you could make as much as tens of thousands of dollars and get a renovation as well. But for most, there is very little money to make in the movies, so don't quit your day job. Now, ironically, Suffolk's motion picture and TV chief fell victim to legislative budget cuts last month. So you won't find him, but if you are interested in getting into the movies, we have some numbers for you. In Nassau, you can call 535-4160, and in Suffolk, the number is 360-4800.
I could see moving out of the house for the right price.
Yeah, absolutely. No? And you get a redecoration. What more could you ask for?
I think those are going to be some very busy telephone numbers. I wouldn't want to be on the end of either one of us.
Absolutely right.
Okay, well, let's check Roberto out now and see. Maybe he's in the movies. Who knows what he's up to besides checking out our weather. He's out there at the Suffolk County Fair. Who's your friend?
Do you like that?
He's in the circus.
Just call me.
Ran off to the circus.
Call me Roberto of Arabia.
The governor, however, says that proposal would never bring in the needed revenues. He predicts the state won't have a budget until sometime in June.
Well, if you're a Nassau homeowner and you think your house is unfair,
after graduation may have a rude awakening. Economists are telling us this is one of the worst job markets in years. So many students are seeking alternative career paths in fields promising better opportunities. Our education editor, Roma Torrey, now concludes her special series, Unemployment 101, No Jobs, with a profile of some students on the road to success.
Which work have you put into finding a job?
Well, gone through the classifieds every day. I've had on-campus recruiting, 20 interviews for that. Nothing. My parents should have had me 5 years ago.
22-year-old John Rattano is an Adelphi graduate. He finished in December with an English major and a 3.5 grade point average. But with all that, he works for UPS part-time driving a truck. So out of great frustration, he's turning to the nation's largest employer, the federal government.
It's a desperate move. Like I said, I've tried my family, and that hasn't worked out. It can't help. Family can't help you. Forget it. But hopefully the government will have something, and I know the benefits are good.
The military is another way out for many students, and the ROTC is just the vehicle. 21-year-old Christopher Hamilton is a junior at Hofstra with a desire to go on active duty.
I became interested when I was younger in pursuing a military career as an officer, and ROTC was a very good way of going about doing that.
But the odds are against him getting an active duty commission. Competition has struck here too.
Unfortunately, in this day and age, there are no guarantees about anything. Because of the downsizing of the military, as a matter of fact, for the first time we're seeing a cap in ROTC. We can only commission so many people.
Still, he says no matter where he ends up, the ROTC experience is invaluable.
It's really a big management training program. It's teaching leadership is what's really stressing. And leadership management, that's what employers are looking for also.
With times so tough, students can always delay the inevitable by not leaving school and continuing as a graduate student, sort of like riding out the storm. Some other areas where students are finding work: social services, the Peace Corps, and sales. I'm told there's always a place for a good insurance salesman. But finally, some creative advice. If you can't find someone to hire you, hire yourself and start your own business.
For the college graduate who can think up a product or a service for which there is a market, what better time to do it than now?
1, 2, 3. And that's just what Stacy Sweet did. The Hofstra sophomore is already a businesswoman with a viable commodity, her own invention, a non-impact workout video. It all started with a knee injury when she was 17.
So the idea of non-impact aerobics came up, and I perfected a technique that protects the joints and lets you work out at an aerobic pace. And now I'm coming out with my own video. We're currently signing with a distributor.
Stacy feels certain she'd be pounding the pavement today if not for the tape. And she encourages others to take similar steps toward their own ambitions. It's not only financially rewarding, she says, you may also have the time of your life.
Be creative. Find a new way or a different way that makes you special.
Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island.
All right.
Still ahead on News 12, just what the doctor ordered. Roberto has the good weather details.
Long Island, for the people of Long Island. 24 hours every day. This is News 12, Long Island. And now, the evening edition.
The polls are open in several Long Island districts today in a vote that is considered crucial.
The annual school budget elections are underway, and this year they come against a backdrop of a weakening economy and taxpayers who are saying they're already taxed to the limit. Our education editor, Roma Torrey, joins us with more. Roma.
Hang on to your hats, folks. 39 districts are voting today, and I'd be willing to bet all 39 superintendents didn't sleep too well last night. Consider what they have to deal with this year. Proposed cuts in their education aid by as much as 68%, rising costs, a failing economy, and now with a state budget overdue by more than a month, the loss of millions of dollars in unpaid state aid. Now, with all this, schools are pleading with taxpayers this year to be kind, but that, of course, remains to be seen.
What it costs to educate one child is so outrageous. I mean, I really feel you could send your children to private school for a lot less money.
They used to be a wishy-washy crowd, school district voters. Turnout was usually pretty low, and many people didn't have strong feelings one way or the other. But not anymore. After years of being taxed to the limit, this year is just about the worst ever for taxpayers and school districts. Governor Cuomo's proposed school aid cuts of 53% to Nassau and Suffolk has forced many districts to seek tax hikes just to hold the line on spending.
Even though we're going to hold the line on the total budget cost, some of the costs within those budgets, like your salaries, may rise. So that means we're cutting in other places, in sports, extracurricular activities, some of our academic programs, and we're sending out notices by large numbers to teachers and other staff of their potential layoff, depending upon what happens.
In Northport, the proposed cut in school aid is 57% this year. That's why the budget isn't changing, but taxes could go up more than 7%. Taxpayers aren't happy.
Just out of proportion. We can't afford it.
We can't afford to stay on Long Island at this rate.
Parents are on the other side, leading the fight to get the budget passed.
Once you cut a program from the system, you don't get it back. And Northport is known for its musical programs and special ed programs that are very important for the kids who need it.
In Manhasset, where school aid is expected to be slashed in half, school leaders have managed to avoid a tax increase without cutting out programs.
Our school district has been very prudent in planning for this budget, and the planning process has gone very well, including senior citizens in the process itself. But I really think that they will feel that it is a budget which they can buy.
Whether these budgets pass or fail, it'll be a lesson in economics for all concerned, not to mention how to maintain calm under intense pressure. We will, of course, have results for you of all the elections on our night and daytime editions as soon as they are available. Scott, Melba?
And 2 districts already voting.
Yes, we had the results from 2 votes last night. East Rockaway went down, but Sagaponack, with all 30 people voting, passed their budget.
All right, thank you, Roma. Well, school districts throughout New York are learning a harsh lesson without a state budget. The budget is now 38 days late, and Governor Cuomo says it looks like schools are not going to get their second school aid payment due next week. That payment is worth $1.8 billion.
Some
They ate their words. Critics are saying McDonald's new...
Who would you call for legal advice?
You see, there are a lot of good movies about bad cops, a lot of bad movies about good cops, but how about a good movie about a good cop? Michael Keaton is hoping that's the case with his latest called One Good Cop. Here is Roma Torrey.
All right, glad to know we set that straight, Melba. One Good Cop is one pretty darn good TV movie. Just one problem, it's not on TV, it's on the big screen. Now, by TV movie, I mean it's small in scope and there's relatively little action for a film about cops and drug dealers in an inner city. That aside, it is harmless enough and really pretty enjoyable. If there is such a thing as substantial fluff, this is it.
You guys better cool it before it's too late, I'm telling you.
Oh, so you promise you won't bust us if we let you go?
Michael Keaton, best known as Batman, is certainly less invincible this time around. He plays a decent, hard-working cop who just can't seem to stay out of the way of fists or flying bullets. His partner is newly widowed with 3 adorable daughters, and he too is basically decent. So what we have here is 2 good cops with a heroic and moral streak. Of course, that has to change, and it does. The partner gets killed, and Keaton steps in to raise the daughters. But suddenly, finances are tough, and it's hard to maintain principles when supporting a family. And so, to keep the family together, Keaton breaks the law. That's it in a nutshell. Not much on the big screen, but great TV.
Aunt Rita?
Aunt Rita's not here right now, look. I was just looking for some shoes under there.
We forgot to say goodnight to you, Uncle Artie.
Oh, sweet. Give me a sweet. Good night.
Good night, Uncle Artie.
Give me a... Give me double.
Very sweet. Some very nice acting all around. Keaton especially, who proves he's capable of much more than comedies and superheroes. But if this film makes any money, I would be willing to bet my TV set One Good Cop will become a situation comedy at a TV set somewhere near you.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Roma.
Looks like it has a future.
Yeah. Time now for the showing of One Good Weatherman, starring Roberto Tirado.
There's no fluff here, I'll tell you that much right now. I'm a no-nonsense guy. Do the weather, and that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what we have in store for tonight and the next.
Northport School District is facing anticipated cuts of 57% in state aid for next year, but taxpayers weren't very sympathetic when they learned it meant a tax hike of 7.2% just to break even. Already the school board is planning to shut down one school. Perhaps there will be even more closings in Northport. And finally, in Rocky Point, taxpayers said no to a school budget that was pretty much undecided. school leaders just couldn't say what the tax increase would be because they don't know how much money they're going to be getting from the state. Taxpayers didn't buy that argument, though. They just said no to the budget, and they'll have to try again. Now, this could become a much more frequent occurrence on Long Island. Already, quite a few districts have postponed their budget elections until much later when the state budget would have passed, giving them a much better idea of what surprises are in store for them from Albany. Doesn't look good.
But so far, it's surprising because so many of the observers had been warning up until yesterday. The times are tough financially. We're going to see a lot of budget defeats here. Why didn't we? Why did so many pay?
It is amazing. A 10% tax hike in Lynbrook last year, that would never have happened. But I think taxpayers are, understanding, they're reading news reports and discovering that the problem is not necessarily the district's overspending. They're keeping spending to a minimum at 1%, pretty much maximum across the board. But because of those horrible cutbacks in the state aid from the state, they're going to have to compensate and increase taxes on the local level. And I guess people want to keep their programs and maintain quality school districts. Can't blame them.
And as you said, a lot more still to come, too.
Yeah, there's a lot more.
Roma, thank you.
We'll have those next week.
Okay, thanks. Many taxpayers and school administrators agree that Long Island needs
that she was overbearing.
Guys, is that what you guys always fall back on?
What's going on, Mr. Peterson?
Let's talk about what's going in, Mr. Peterson.
Texture nor excellent flavor, but I must say you'd certainly like to see a few of those scattered. The market for News 12 Long Island.
And finally for you this hour, the Long Island Coalition for Fair Broadcasting handing out awards today, and News 12 went home a big winner. In the category of breaking news, News 12 was honored for its coverage of the Avianca plane crash. Other winners include Focus 12 producer Ian Rubin for our special series, Cutting the Fat. Consumer editor Julie Kessler was honored for her report on unscrupulous gas stations and auto repair shops. Education editor Roma Torrey won an award for her series, Beyond the 3 R's. And sports director Bob Wolf, along with producer Pat Waldron and reporters Mike Zimmet, Carl Reuter, and Joe Chodosh, were honored for the News 12 Scholar Athlete Series. Congratulations to all the winners. Nice way to end the week, eh?
It is a nice way to end the week. Didn't everybody look great? Congratulations. Well, that's it for us this hour. Have a pleasant Mother's Day this weekend, too. I'm Melba Tolliver.
And I'm Scott Feldman. Thanks for joining us. Have a good evening.
Why don't you give that to me, Leo?
Pork barrel spending. But Senate Majority Leader Ralph Marino voiced her base says no dollar amount on local project spending has been set. The suggested $60 million figure is down from last year's $132 million. In the past, pork barrel spending has gone for drug treatment, local baseball leagues, and civic groups.
Well, that spending plan isn't getting exactly glowing reviews from the state's top man, Governor Cuomo, on the island today. And as News 12's Roma Torrey Lopez reports, the governor is preparing for a possible spending plan showdown.
The state budget feud may soon be over, but it's not a happy ending. Governor Cuomo complained the legislature is offering what it may not deliver, and he had bitter words for the legislature's tentative agreement to compromise on his proposed gasoline tax.
You're going to pay what is really a disguised gas tax. It'll still show up at the pump, and you'll pay for it even if you don't have a car, and it won't come back to Long Island for your roads and bridges. Now, if you think that's a good deal, congratulations. I think it's the lemon of the year.
The battle over the budget compromise was said to be centered on school aid cuts. The governor had wanted to reduce school aid throughout the state by $890 million. Now the legislature is aiming to restore anywhere from $300 to $500 million to schools. Cuomo says he's all for more money to education, but he wonders where it's going to come from.
It appears clear now that the legislature is going to raise at least $200 million more in taxes than I did. You will pay for it. They will give you with one hand, but they will take with another. You'll be paying for whatever education aid you get.
Beyond the bickering and posturing, the governor said it is time for a change in the school aid system. It is a cry that has been echoed from Long Island to Albany and back.
It is wrong to be spending a lot of money and have superintendents getting $160,000, $150,000, and I think the people say, now, wait a minute, we're all for money, but we had better spend it better than we're spending it. We ought to consolidate school districts. We ought to get more for our money, and you mustn't forget that at the end of this budget period.
But just how and when will reforms begin? It's a fill-in-the-blank question that remains without an answer. I'm Roma Torre-Lopez, News 12, Long Island.
Store managers of New York area McCrory's are being warned by management to be on the lookout for anybody who looks suspicious. This after several fires have broken out in those stores. Earlier this month, a deadly fire at the
Think about it, you can probably still sing all of your old childhood favorites word for word. Music is important for kids. It helps them
us afterwards.
Airlines Island to Island giveaway.
Running, it keeps you healthy and now.
The Tony Awards for the Best on Broadway have all been handed out, but after a year of controversy in the theater, last night's awards show had some of its own.
Roma Torre-Lopez is joining us now with a look back at Broadway's biggest night. It's spectacular, huh?
It was a big night. You need a scorecard to keep track of this one. After all the hoopla last year over the casting of British stars in Miss Saigon, the Tony Awards took on a strangely political overtone, the Yanks versus the Brits, and it ended in a sort of a draw. But I do have to question why in this time of super sensitivity between Americans and British on stage, why did the producers of the Tony Awards choose two British stars, Julie Andrews and Jeremy Irons, to host the event? This is, after all, a show about excellence in the American theater, isn't it? Oh well, let's get on with the show.
The Tony Awards went from the sublime to the ridiculous. Sublime being the award for Best Supporting Actress in a musical going to Daisy Egan in The Secret Garden, a little girl with a giant talent who really deserved to compete for Best Leading Actress.
I don't think I can talk. Oh, my God. Thank you.
And the ridiculous? This gaffe from Anthony Quinn, intending to announce the Best Director of a musical, but mistakenly telling us the winner of Best Play.
The Tony Award goes to Lost in Yonkers. Neil Simon, producer, Emmanuel. Oh, my God.
No,
it's Tommy Tune.
Then, about a half hour later, with the suspense all but gone, Lost in Yonkers was indeed announced the winner of the year's Best Play. Neil Simon, of course, managed to find some humor.
I was in the men's room when Anthony Quinn was on. Did anything interesting happen?
The casting controversy over the hiring of stars from the British production of Miss Saigon didn't hurt the actors any. Jonathan Pryce and Lea Salonga both won Best Lead Performances in a Musical.
my child!
I'd also like to thank Actors Equity for giving me the chance to come here to the United States. You guys have been so great.
But in the final showdown over Best Musical, it was the Americans who came out on top. Will Rogers' Follies, a very all-American show, won a total of 6 awards to Miss Saigon's 3.
Other big winners, Nigel Hawthorne won for Best Actor in a Play for his work in Shadowlands, and Mercedes Ruehl taking Best Actress honors starring in Lost in Yonkers. Little for everybody in that one.
I have to say, Anthony Quinn looked very upset and embarrassed and mad.
Heads will roll, I can assure you. I don't know what happened.
Why do you get both pieces of information? It just doesn't make sense.
As you noticed, Joan Collins had him turn the ballot over, and there was the winner, Tommy Tune, on the other side. They printed it on both sides. I don't understand. That will change.
Recycling.
Yep. Very good.
Thanks, Roma. Well, that is it for us this hour. We thank you for joining us. I'm Lee Tyrell.
I'm Carol Sylvan. Stay with us. We've got a lot more news ahead for you on this Monday.
To keep it alive. Here's more now from Education Editor Roma Torrey Lopez.
Vanderbilts went here, some of Donald Trump's family, and Claire Booth Luce. But now it looks like the final chapter on the Cathedral School is being written. Trustees from the Episcopal Diocese, citing financial problems, are determined to close the school for good. The Cathedral School is one of Long Island's oldest private schools. It was built 114 years ago by Cornelia Stewart, whose family founded Garden City. Alumni and students here have maintained a long and lasting relationship with the school, and many vow not to let it go down without a fight.
It's more than a school. Our school is a family. Our school is just molding great human beings. I mean, they're making wonderful children. Our children are devastated.
They gathered at the Supreme Court building in Mineola to hear the results of a hearing between attorneys for the trustees and a member of the Attorney General's staff. The Attorney General wants to make sure that Cornelia Stewart's bequest is carried out.
Represent the public interest here. We don't represent any private litigants. And our purpose is to ensure that the donors' charitable intentions are given full expression.
After about an hour and a half, both sides emerged and the news was mixed. The judge will hold a public hearing in the courtroom on June 24th to decide whether to allow the school to be closed.
The trustees want to close the school because they believe it is financially impossible to run it.
The headmaster insists that the school can survive, and he says already parents have raised $1 million.
They were projecting that if we were to continue to operate, particularly for next year, that we would indeed bring the cathedral to bankruptcy.
Do you believe that would truly be the case?
No, we do not believe that, and we've never believed that, and our board and the people at school were never given a fair opportunity to sit down.
But no matter what happens at the hearing, the headmaster says it'll be difficult to plan a school year on such short notice. It's going to take an act of faith, he says, and even some divine intervention. In Garden City, I'm Roma Torrey Lopez, News 12, Long Island.
A small victory for some parents in the Half Hollow Hills School District who are trying to keep a neighborhood school open. A judge has ordered an 8-day stay in the closing of Sungquam Elementary School. The school board had ordered Sungquam to be closed at the end of this year, citing budget problems. The judge's stay will temporarily stop the closing, that is at least until the case is heard on June 12th. The parents believe the board's decision is illegal, primarily because it was not made at a meeting open to the public. But the board contends it has not violated any laws.
And Colleen, the Malvern teacher suspended 4 years ago for requiring essays responding to comments by Jimmy the Greek, still out of a job. This time the school
tensions are a thing of the past. People here say the attack.
Janet Morgan was expecting to return this September to the school she was suspended from 3 years ago.
Inca marigold. Bit Seeds, who hybridized these plants, and Hicks Nursery, who grew them on for me. Until next time in the garden spot, this is Stan Dworkin, News 12 Long Island.
'Tis the season for all those summer movies to hit the big screen. But will they compare to those that came before? Up next, a look at the ghost of summers past.
And the annual Suffolk County Film Festival gets underway today. We'll meet the organizer and one of the participants on his movie, The Laureate.
At least as a bellhop, I could remain anonymous. No one to see where my dreams had taken me.
What's the temperature going to be?
What's the mayor doing?
Is Bush in town?
To attend, call 364.
If you're tired of the movie fare Hollywood has been producing, or if you're just in the mood for a dose of the newest movie-making talent, Port Jefferson is the place to be tonight. Theater 3 is hosting a screening of finalists in the Suffolk Film and Video Festival. This is the 8th annual festival, and this year could be the last because of Suffolk County budget cuts. Here with a preview of the event is Chris Cook, organizer of the festival, and Ed Lopez, one of the writers whose work is featured in the festival. They both join Carolyn now in our studio. Carolyn.
Okay, thanks, Julie, and thank you both for joining us. Chris, can you tell us what we can expect in this year's festival?
Well, as in years past, we're highlighting some very special short films, basically theatrical films, comedies, dramas, documentaries. And we have a very full menu because we have actually 5 different screenings. So we have a very mixed menu over really a 3-week period.
Now, these are not only local filmmakers, these are just independent filmmakers from all over the country who come here to compete?
That's correct. We have filmmakers from Los Angeles, New York, also from Europe. and a good number from Long Island.
But a good number, including Ed Lopez, who is a screenwriter and who wrote the screenplay for one of these films. Can you tell us, Ed, about your film, The Laureate?
Well, it's the story of a Russian dissident, a writer, and a human activist who yearns for freedom all of his life, and he finally gets it. And he comes to the United States, and suddenly he discovers that he can't deal with it. He can't cope with all the freedom that he has, and also with the fact that no one is interested in his writing.
Was it shot here on Long Island?
It was shot in Los Angeles. It was made by the American Film Institute, and I think in trying to save money and things, so it was more economical for them to shoot it in California.
Now, we speak about budget cuts threatening the festival for future years. I'll ask you first, Ed, without opportunities like this to screen your film in a festival like this, where does Long Islanders, what are their chances of seeing experimental and independent films?
Well, actually, we have to thank people like Chris Cook, because if it wasn't for the Long Island Film Festival, your audience would be very limited to your friends and family, really.
So this is really a great opportunity.
Oh, certainly. It exposes the film to larger audiences, and it also presents the filmmakers with a chance to have, other avenues for their films.
We have a portion of your film that we'd like to show our viewers, a clip from The Laureate.
Okay.
When I defected to America, I was full of hope. I found the freedom I had only dreamed of in Siberia. The freedom to write the truth without the fear of being exiled for it. But America has its own kind of exile. Being alone in the midst of millions, being another Russian defector whose story is already old news in a country where the only thing that matters is what's new.
KJRW News Central. In the wake of Glasnost, a recent national poll indicates that 28% of the Russian emigre population have considered returning to the Soviet Union. It seems most feel that in America, there's too much freedom, too much crime, and too few job opportunities. They have found that...
You know, a lot of people might think of experimental or independent filmmaking as low budget and not quite as slick as the Hollywood productions. This looks like a real slick film. So you get all types in a film festival, I would guess.
Oh, very much so. Really, what we have are really very well-crafted films. In most cases, it's brains over budget, where the creative people really pull out all the stops, really put their heart and soul into the work, and that really shows up on the screen.
Okay, and briefly, Chris, when can people see these?
Well, our first screening is tonight at Port Jefferson, Theater 3, Village Cinema. On Wednesday at the New Community Cinema. And then the following week, we have 3 nights of feature films in East Hampton, and we wind up back in Huntington on June 26th with a video night at the Intermedia Arts Center.
Thank you very much both for joining us, and congratulations to you, Ed Lopez, for recently marrying our own Roma Turi.
Thank you. Thank you, Carolyn.
Julie.
Thanks, Carolyn. For the motion picture industry, this week marks the official beginning of the summer movie invasion. And which movies will make the grade? Well, if past summer blockbusters are any indication, bats, UFOs, and ghosts are some of the keys to success. Our film critic Sarah Voorhees takes a look at what movies we were watching in past summers.
Is this him?
Listen, Medicaid.
Long Island school leaders are learning a hard lesson on budget politics. The governor's veto means school aid cuts are back up to nearly $500 million on Long Island alone. And as education editor Roma Tori Lopez reports, administrators say it spells disaster for local schools.
It's what school leaders feared most. The governor vetoed the legislature's additions to the budget, and so now Long Island schools are back to sweating out just how to cut giant chunks out of their school budgets. The governor said he had no choice. Without a balanced budget, he said he can't get the necessary certification from the comptroller.
Without a certification of that balance by the comptroller, we cannot borrow the money required to pay our bills in the so-called annual spring borrowing. And without that borrowing, our entire state would be plunged into fiscal chaos, beginning with school districts and local governments that would be left high and dry.
It's been a long, frustrating game of political football. Back in January, the governor proposed cutting $891 million out of last year's school aid package, roughly 10%. Then the legislature restored $500 million in its budget, and now with the governor's veto, the cuts are back up to $891 million all over again.
It seems to me we're back to line zero, and that means terrible things for the districts on Long Island.
Joseph Barry, vice president of the Nassau-Suffolk School Boards Association, says Long Island schools are once again being singled out by the governor.
I can't help but believe the governor is somewhat vindictive toward Long Island in terms of how he believes, incorrectly, that we're better able to withstand a cut than anyone else in the state. And that's not true, and I'm afraid that there's going to be a battle royal going on to protect Long Island and to protect downstate from this misconception.
And that battle, he says, would take a very stiff toll on the children.
The services are being cut, extracurricular activities, clubs, athletics, programs are being cut back. So what we're doing was undercutting everything we've developed in education over the last 10, 15, 20 years.
No one knows just how much Long Island schools would actually lose right now. The state Education Department isn't calculating any breakdowns just yet. The feeling is that once the governor has a chance to sit down with legislative leaders, some kind of compromise will be worked out, and then some education aid would be eventually restored. But just how much and when? It's proven to be a very taxing question, and one that's costing us literally thousands each day. I'm Roma Torrey Lopez, News 12, Long Island.
And in the 70 days since the budget deadline passed, loans have cost the state school districts more than $60 million.
Angry parents in the Central Islip School District held a protest outside a school board meeting tonight. The Central Islip School Board was scheduled to vote on its expenditures for next year, but board members say Cuomo's veto means the budget they come up with will be subject forms, including
from Montauk in the east to Great Neck in the west. News about Long Island for the people of Long Island. 24 hours. This is News 12 Long Island. And now, the night edition.
Long Island schools are facing their toughest tests. As the state budget now stands, island districts will lose about $500 million in state aid.
Local education leaders say they're in a crisis situation, and today the state's education commissioner had words of sympathy for their plight, but little else. Education editor Roma Torrey Lopez has more.
For Education Commissioner Thomas Sobel, a Cuomo appointee, it must have felt like walking into the lion's den. Hundreds of Long Island educators gathered at a Long Island Association meeting in Woodbury to hear him speak. And while many expected plenty of excuses from him as to why Long Island must suffer a disproportionate share of education aid cuts, Sobel could only agree it's not fair.
For Long Island school districts to be asked to accept cuts of this size in this manner all at once is unwise and unfair. We'll have school again next September, and it probably will look more like school this June than it will look different, but in many places its quality will be compromised.
It's no way to run a business, he said, and he acknowledged the plight of districts this year holding budget elections with to Oxford aid will be.
I am suggesting that the process that we follow funding schools is fundamentally flawed.
Sobel's words offered little hope to school districts like South Huntington, which is facing the elimination of 68% of its state aid.
We were barely coping with the $2.7 million that was announced through the legislature. To go beyond that would have a tremendous impact on the quality of our school district and still do nothing to bring relief to the local property owners in terms of property taxes.
And in East Meadow, the harsh realities of the state's fiscal crisis have already set in. Residents are bracing for tax hikes of $300 to $700 next year, besides giant cuts in programs and services.
We're talking about 43 staff cuts, and they run right through the lines. Administrators, supervisors, teachers, custodial, secretarial. This is something that is going to affect the school operation and the classroom operation right through.
Commissioner Sobel proposed a number of solutions, such as consolidation of districts and services, an income tax surcharge to benefit education, and demanding more help from the federal government. But all of these are long-term ideas that won't do anything to solve the immediate problem schools face of just trying to pass through the crisis despite failing finances. I'm Roma Torre Lopez, News 12, Long Island.
And Long Island school community is planning to voice its opposition in a rally tomorrow afternoon at the State Office building in Hauppauge.
If the governor's cuts stand, school districts across Long Island will be slashing to the bone. I spoke earlier with Pamela Wright, the president of the Nassau-Suffolk School Board Association.
It is a severe blow. There are many, many districts in the island that are taking a cut, 60, 70, 80% of what their state aid is. This can't be made up in a small way. My particular district, we're dealing with a $77 million budget. Prior to the governor's, prior to the December cuts that took place,
Nasty blunt. Gathering put his head in the way of a hook shot.
Guys.
Given me some of the happiest moments of my life, also some of the most trying. Raising children is very hard work, and sometimes we need a place to go for help, someone to turn to, someone to talk with. At Parents Anonymous, you can get help and hope. Call.
In New Jersey, call toll-free anytime.
From Montauk in the east to Great Neck in the west, news about Long Island for the people of Long Island. 24 hours every day. This is News 12 Long Island. And now, the night edition.
A storm of protest has followed Governor Cuomo's decision to slash nearly $500 million in aid to schools, and today Cuomo flew directly into the eye of that storm.
The governor made a surprise visit to the annual meeting of Nassau school superintendents. There he tried to calm the anger of local school officials. Education editor Roma Torre Lopez has more.
The governor arrived quickly and was whisked into the closed-door meeting. There he faced about 75 of what could be called his angriest adversaries. After nearly 2.5 hours, they emerged. And just as surprising as his announcement to meet with the superintendents was the fact that when it was over, Cuomo appeared unscathed.
So Long Island, there is nothing unique about your unhappiness here. You have a $6.5 billion problem. You have the worst recession since the Great Depression. I gave you the largest cuts in the history of the state of New York. We took from everybody to balance the budget. It's a bad news year. Everyone is unhappy.
And here's a case in point.
Well, I felt that the governor passed the buck.
Dr. Henry Reed's district, Patchogue-Medford, has already had to borrow $17 million to make up for overdue state aid. And he, like many of the superintendents, expected more from the governor.
We have to open school in September. He offered nothing in the way of hope that money would be restored, although he sympathized with us.
But for Dr. William Johnson of the Rockville Center District, Cuomo's visit was constructive.
We were braced for the worst, and I think we were rather pleasantly surprised to find that he was much more willing to talk than we had anticipated.
And he's offering money?
I think we're going to have to wait and see on that.
I told them that I have been eager since I submitted my budget to sit down with the legislature and to work out ways to soften and ameliorate some of those cuts.
So much for the immediate solution, which the governor admits could take a while. On the long term, he's promised to help reform the school aid formula, which he concedes is inequitable. Both sides agree the meeting didn't really resolve anything except perhaps a better understanding of each side's dilemmas. But superintendents have learned long ago that understanding won't pay their bills, and many say they won't be satisfied until they discover the state aid checks are in the mail. At the New York Institute of Technology in Old Westbury, I'm Roma Torre Lopez, News 12, Long Island.
Meanwhile, in Hauppauge, some school officials are making it clear that the governor's vetoes do not stand well with them. Angry teachers and school administrators say the governor has reneged on his promise to make kids a priority. The educators are mad about cuts in education that they say will severely impact quality.
Proposed a 7-year transformation to democracy and a market economy. The Soviets would free prices, reduce defense spending, and permit private businesses. In return, the West would put up billions in aid. No one has decided how much. A plan for a grand bargain is one thing. Another is whether the Soviet Union, its leaders and people, can accept the conditions on which Western aid would depend. Will Mikhail Gorbachev, for instance, tolerate private ownership of land and property, something he was raised to believe is wrong?
There are some borders which he cannot pass. The question of private property is one of such issues.
And the Soviet people, will they accept the rough and tumble of free markets and uncontrolled prices?
I don't think the people are ready for shock therapy.
We are prepared to pull our belts tighter, just as long as we live better in the future.
Yeltsin says he told people during his campaign that his reforms would not pay off until the end of 1992.
Up until then, we'll have to go through hardship. All that was received with understanding.
Neither Western nor Soviet officials have agreed to the grand bargain, but Yeltsin and others think his victory this week proves the Russian people are ready at last to change their system. Bob Abernethy, NBC News, Moscow.
When Boris Yeltsin was last in the United States, the White House was appalled by his style and his ideas. Now the president must deal with him and also with this new proposal of aid. NBC's John Cochran is in Los Angeles tonight traveling with the president. John, this is a tricky time for the president.
It is, and the president is being careful not to choose the sometimes bombastic Yeltsin over the always beleaguered Gorbachev.
The president chose instead to portray Yeltsin's election as a victory for Gorbachev.
Democracy's on the move there. I happen to think this is good for everyone in the Soviet Union, including the man that started reform, President Gorbachev, and I think he would look at it that way.
Whether Gorbachev is ecstatic or not over Yeltsin's victory, it is easier for Bush to assume in public that they are fellow reformers, not rivals. Bush may suspect that Yeltsin is the wave of the future, but Gorbachev is top man now, the man Bush must deal with on crucial issues like arms control.
And of course it poses a major dilemma for us if Yeltsin comes in with a different agenda to Gorbachev's. That's where the trouble's going to start.
Bush does not want to humiliate and alienate Gorbachev, but he does want to force a weakened Gorbachev to accept American terms for a nuclear arms treaty. Until Gorbachev says yes to that, Bush will not say yes to the Moscow summit that the Soviet leader wants. The Kremlin's new man in Washington thinks agreement is near.
Well, personally, I am looking forward to see the summit, say, probably next month.
But Bush is getting lots of advice not to bail out Gorbachev with big bucks, even for a nuclear arms deal.
I do not want to waste taxpayers' dollars when we have needs here at home.
But President Bush says not to worry, that he will not approve an aid package until Moscow starts economic reforms. And even then, Bush says, that aid package will be modest because, in the president's words, the United States is not rolling in cash. Tom?
Thank you, John Cochran. The Soviets may be able to raise some cash of their own if they get any takers of the Paris Air Show. They're showing off their famous Foxhound. That's the MiG-31, and it's for sale now at $40 million a copy. When Nightly News continues in a moment, the Democratic Party trying to get out of the critical care ward.
Reintroducing a glorious name for a glorious new automobile. The 1992 Buick Roadmaster. With its powerful V8 performance and the security of its driver's airbag, anti-lock brakes, and full perimeter frame, Roadmaster is perhaps the best value in an American luxury sedan. Roadmaster also delivers something only a Buick can deliver. Buick quality.
Refreshing mint. No wonder Polident has a minty mouthwash ingredient in every tablet. Other cleansers may get dentures clean, but Polident gets the minty fresh clean. Super strength, super minty, Polident.
Sure, I want my family to eat healthy. Doesn't everyone? And I trust Pam to help.
Look at all the fat and calories butter, margarine, and oil add compared to Pam.
That's why we're Pam people.
No stick Pam. It's the healthier way to cook.
In just 13 months, the Democrats will convene in New York to nominate a candidate for President of the United States, but there is no front-runner, and President Bush looks very tough to beat at this point. As NBC's Andrea Mitchell reports now, the party is trying to get its act together.
Here they come, the Democratic field and their party leaders, meeting for 2 days at a Virginia horse country estate to assess the damage and look for chinks in the president's political armor.
George Bush is very vulnerable in 1992 because this administration has absolutely no domestic agenda.
The obstacles are daunting. For the first time in years, no big Democratic names are vying for the nomination this close to the first primaries and caucuses. Even fellow Democrats joke that the likely candidates could use a charisma transplant.
Has the budget straitjacket got you down? Tired of having sand kicked in your face in November? The Democratic field, so earnest, so sincere, so boring.
Mario Cuomo isn't boring, but he refused to take part in today's summit. Cuomo says he has no plans to run, but that doesn't stop him from taking shots from the sidelines, especially at moderates in the Democratic Leadership Conference.
The Democratic Leadership Conference sounded to me very much like the Republicans, frankly. But they wear a jackass instead of an elephant.
At the lavish estate of party supporter Pamela Harriman, potential candidates were told to focus on the economic pain of the middle class.
I believe that the research confirms what any workaday politician would find who went out and just talked to real people, that they have real problems, real concerns. They don't think they're being addressed at the national level.
They were told to hammer that home aggressively.
So when I hear George Bush and his fat cat Republican friends tell me that they're building a conservative opportunity society, I got a one-word reply. Bull.
Democrats have their own fat cats, ready to ante up if only they had a contender.
No one wants to lose. Some candidates, like Senator Gore, if he runs in 92 and fails, then 96 is going to be very tough.
Some of the biggest names probably will wait until 1996. But a field for 92 is starting to emerge. And party leaders want to be sure that Democrats at least don't embarrass themselves this time around. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
In Colombia, drug kingpin Pablo Escobar apparently is about to turn himself in. Escobar lost a bloody war waged against his...
Landed, and entertainment editor Roma Torre Lopez says you just might want to juggle your schedule to make sure you catch their act.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our next incredible feat.
Meet the Flying Karamazov brothers, Dmitri, Ivan,
okay, see if you can hit the cameraman,
Shmerdyakov, and understudy Chernobyl. Though they've been performing professionally for the last 15 years, they're neither brothers nor Russian. What's with the Russian motif?
we're in a hurry.
Well, you could say they're comedians and definitely jugglers, among the best in the world. They've been known to put just about anything in the air.
Well, I do a thing in the act we call the gamble, where the audience is invited to contribute objects heavier than an ounce, lighter than 10 pounds, no bigger than a bread box, for me to attempt to juggle to the count of 10. And the 9.5-pound octopus was perhaps the most spectacular of them, although the pig stomach stuffed with lime jello was pretty good, too.
You know, reporting's awfully hard work, but I've discovered something else about it. It's dangerous! You call that dangerous? Get a load of this.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, this is my very favorite part of the trick right here. Come back here. Stand right there. Yeah. You think you're excited?
Here's some tricks of their trade, or toys as they call them. But believe me, these are anything but toys.
That's funny. Nearly 20 years I've had this cleaver, and it still performs with me nightly.
It's his closest friend.
And you,
practically.
May I feel it? Just
yes,
see
you
if
may.
It's authentic?
Well, don't do that. That'll hurt.
It's sharp.
Yeah.
From time to time, they stop to make sure they've still got all their fingers and toes. Accidents are rare, they say, but they do happen.
Now, do you guys have all your fingers and toes in place?
Yes, we do. Well, let's see. I've got 5 here, 5 here. How about you, Dimitri?
You have 9.5.
Oh, no!
What
happened? That must have just happened.
Was that
It really happened.
It really happened.
on stage?
Yeah.
Really?
Sickle awful. Yeah.
Yes.
And you dared to do it again for us. Thank you.
Well, you know, what do I got to lose, right? Oh.
Oh, one other thing about those Karamazovs, they're shameless hucksters.
Did we mention that we have a video? How to juggle and other matters of life and death. That's 1-800-FLY-9000.
Of course, you can see them up close and personal this weekend in Stony Brook. But if you do go, steer clear of the wings. In Stony Brook, I'm Roma Torrey Lopez, News 12, Long Island.
And the Flying Karamazov Brothers are performing at Stony Brook's annual International Theater Festival right through the weekend.
They look like they're having fun.
Yeah, fun group of guys.
Every night. All right, you have yourself a great weekend. Thanks for joining us. I'm Scott Phelps.
And I'm Colleen McVeigh. Good night.
For the people of Long Island, 24 hours every day. This is News 12, Long Island. And now, the night edition.
3 young men from Bethpage charged with sexually abusing a fellow St. John's University student face their accuser in a Queens courtroom today.
The young woman graphically described a night of degradation and humiliation that she says was forced upon her by the 3 defendants. News 12's Joe Moskowitz reports.
It was a big day in court for Walter Grabinowitz, Matthew Grandinetti, and Andrew Dregge. The 3 former St. John's lacrosse players from Bethpage faced their accuser. The petite and nervous 22-year-old woman told of being forced to drink 3 coffee cups full of vodka and orange soda. The alcohol caused her to keep passing out, but each time she woke up, she says Michael Calandrillo, Grabinowitz, or Dregge were attempting to have oral sex with her. She also kept mentioning a man wearing a white T-shirt, but she did not specifically name Matthew Grandinetti.
I think it's a desperate attempt by the district attorney to cause the jurors to speculate that, in fact, whoever this person is in a white T-shirt is Matt Grandinetti. But if he continues to do that, he's creating a very big problem for himself and also for the complainant, because what he's doing is that he's de-emphasizing her testimony and trying to bolster the testimony of the accomplice, Thomas Dean.
So in all, this helped your client?
Definitely.
The woman had difficulty answering some of Assistant District Attorney Peter Reese's questions. She was constantly crossing and uncrossing her legs. She was clearly frightened.
How do you feel that she did on the witness stand?
Exceptionally well, given first of all the ordeal through which she has passed, and secondly, given the fact that she has had to have 2 delays.
As difficult as it may have been for the woman to talk about what happened that night, it's going to get a lot worse. That's because at least 2 of the defense attorneys plan to try and poke holes in her testimony as soon as it's their turn for cross-examination. At the State Supreme Court in Long Island City, Joe Moskowitz, News 12, Long Island.
And Michael Calandrillo will be tried at a later date along with another suspect.
The person responsible for attacking 2 Carl Place residents with a bat is still at large. Police say 18-year-old James McGovern and his friend Robert Mazurowski were at a party in Carl Place yesterday when several men tried to crash it. When the party crashers left, police say McGovern and Mazurowski followed them and were attacked. McGovern suffered head and neck injuries and is listed in good condition at Winthrop University Hospital. Mazurowski was treated for arm and leg injuries.
Parents and school officials in the Half Hollow Hills School District are again squaring off. Both sides are arguing over the district's decision to close the Sunquam Elementary School in Melville. This time, they took their case from the classroom into the courtroom. Education editor Roma Torrey Lopez has this report from Riverhead.
The Sunquam Elementary School in the Half Hollow Hills district will soon close for the summer, but parents of these children aren't saying goodbye just yet. Since March, when the school board announced plans to close the school permanently, these parents have been fighting hard to keep Sunquam alive. They say it's the only elementary school left in the western half of the district. The Sunquam school, built 36 years ago, is the oldest in Half Hollow Hills. District attorneys say it is also the most expensive to operate, citing maintenance costs and the need for a new roof. Closing this building, they say, would save them about $900,000.
The principal argument is the governor of the state of New York is reducing revenues to the Half Hollow Hills School District by $14.9 million. We closed a junior high school. My client closed an elementary school, the oldest one and the most expensive, apropos of future repairs. A simple economic decision.
But the parents' attorney insists Sunquam is the least expensive of the elementary schools in the district to maintain.
Its operational costs, its maintenance costs, its energy costs, and its lack of debt service all make it the least expensive school to operate within the Half Hollow Hills Central School District.
The latest battle took place inside this courthouse in Riverhead, where attorneys argued whether the school district violated the open meetings law when deciding to close the school. That law requires that the entire decision-making process take place in an open meeting before the public. Parents say the school board failed to do this.
We have a Board of Education representative who attends all of those meetings, so their allegations that we did not have representation there and that the Sunquam community knew that the school was going to be closed is totally false.
The school district's attorney insists there was no violation.
The fact of the matter is that 4 meetings prior to the vote, there was extensive discussion about school closings.
Public discussion?
Yes.
In open meeting?
Yes.
The Sunquam school closing is being argued on 2 fronts, here at State Supreme Court in Riverhead and in Albany before the Commissioner of Education. Attorneys for parents say all they need is one decision favorable to their side in order to keep the school from closing. Both decisions are expected by August. In Riverhead, I'm Roma Torre Lopez, News 12, Long Island.
Republicans on Nassau's Board of Supervisors played some political hardball.
From Montauk in the east to Great Neck in the west, news about Long Island for the people of Long Island, 24 hours every day. This is News 12 Long Island. And now, the night edition.
On the eve of the school budget election in the Half Hollow Hills district, charges and countercharges are flying over whether taxes will rise or fall.
The district has sent out a flyer saying taxes will go down if the budget is approved, but some residents say that's a lie. Education editor Roma Torre Lopez has more.
The Half Hollow Hills School District, like all the others on Long Island, is sweating through one of the worst fiscal periods in its history. In January, the district was hit with a proposed cut in state aid amounting to $14 million, more than 70% of its total aid. So what's the tax rate? A district administrator told me taxes will be reduced, at least in the town of Huntington. They even printed a card and mailed it out to the community. But this man, a taxpayer and school board candidate, says that's all wrong. Taxes, he says, will go up 17%.
They're going to have the sharp 17% rate increase, probably the highest in the school district's history. And they're being told at the same time that they're going to get a tax reduction. I think that these kind of politics has to be rejected by the voters, that this kind of conduct is simply unacceptable.
The district's own attorney stated on the record inside a state Supreme Court room Monday that taxes would have to go up 17%. None of the Half Hollow Hills administrators was available to speak to us on camera, but an assistant to the superintendent did respond by phone. She told me the district based its tax rates on the state legislature's proposal, and that proposal did restore a substantial amount of state aid to the district. Based on the legislature's proposal, Half Hollow Hills was able to reduce taxes. But then on June 10th, all of that changed. Governor Cuomo vetoed the legislature's proposal, and so Half Hollow Hills once again faced a loss of $14 million in state aid. Yet, after the veto, on the night of June 10th, the Half Hollow Hills School Board held a meeting, and they continued to base their tax rate on the defunct legislative proposal. And to Ron Rosenberg's outrage, the district mailed out this card after Monday's meeting, announcing its plan to cut taxes.
They attempted to deceive the voters into thinking that they had been working to reduce the waste in the budget, when what they've been doing is reducing our educational programs, closing needed facilities while increasing the superintendent's staff and salary.
Roma Torrey Lopez, News 12, Long Island.
One of the candidates running against Rosenberg, incumbent board member Eileen Hers, defends the mailing. She says state legislators have assured the school board that some cuts in state aid will be restored.
Police and the FBI say they've broken up a scam that took advantage of broken-hearted pet owners. The Long Island Pet Cemetery promised
Marine versatile is an understatement. Absolutely. He's an accomplished actor, singer, and dancer. He's won just about every honor in show business.
And he is going to be performing soon at Westbury Music Fair, along with Cheetah Rivera in July, so that's going to be a very dynamic duo. But right now, he is standing by in Manhattan with Roma Torrey. Roma?
Thank you, Melba. Yeah, I do too. Whoa. Ben Vereen is one of those performers, Melba and Scott, who probably seems to have been everywhere and done everything, probably including Westchester as well as Westbury. He is my guest today, and I really appreciate your coming out to speak with us here at Tavern on the Green in Manhattan. You have a show coming up at the Westbury Music Fair with Cheetah Rivera. Tell us about it.
Yeah, July 5th, I believe. Yeah, Cheetah and I are going to get together and just tear up the stage at the Westbury Music Fair. Prior to that, on the 30th, though, we're going to be at Valley Forge in Philadelphia. Then we're moving on down to Westbury. And it's been a while since I've been at Westbury, so this is going to be a homecoming. So it's going to be great.
I understand we in Long Island have a pretty special treat. This is the first time you and Cheetah will be appearing together.
Yes, exactly right. This is the first time that Cheetah and I are getting together to do our thing. And when I'm in I got to say this. When I'm in Long Island, I watch News 12. Okay, I've done that. All right. So I had to do that. You know, but yeah, it's going to be terrific. Our first time together, so you got to see that.
Yeah. Now I have to mention you were at Carnegie Hall on Monday. Your most recent.
Yeah, we're trying to save the theater. You know, theater's in such trouble. You know, we're trying to get America to support American theater and come out and and see the shows. We got a museum going now where we're saving memorabilia, and so it's going to be. It was nice being there with all my friends on stage.
That's something else that I don't think people are aware about you. You connect your name to so many charities and so many special causes.
Yeah, but my main one right now is Celebrities for a Drug-Free America. On November 9th of this year, we're going to have our first recruiting dinner. And what we're doing is we're beginning to get into adopting kids in high-risk areas. And so that's my main thrust this year. I have 40,000 videos in 40,000 schools called Hard Choices, on prevention for kids. And we're going to increase it next year. So that's my main thrust this year. Sometimes I come in and I help out the community, so that's
Why is that so important to you to do that?
If you pick up the newspapers and being involved in the news, things are not too terrific for our kids today. And I feel that if we adults, people of grown-up nature, mentality, if we don't do something about it for them today, our tomorrow's going to be lost.
Nice way to end. Thank you, Ben Vereen.
When I'm in Long Island, I watch News 12. Hi, Melba.
All right, don't forget July 5th, the Westbury Music Fair.
Westbury Music Fair.
All right, Melba and Scott, top this act.
I don't know, we might be in Westchester the next night.
That's right. We can't top that. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Roma.
That's a lot of energy. Ben Vereen and Cheetah Rivera on the same stage.
It'll be vibrating.
All right. On to some consumer news now. If you are thinking about buying or leasing a car, you're welcome. 1941, the United States was on the brink of war. FDR was president. It was also the year that 131 students graduated from Babylon High School. Now they're getting back together, about 100 of them, for their 50th class reunion. On the eve of that get-together, Roma Torrey Lopez looks back with three who were there in Babylon in 1941.
Things have changed greatly. The problems as we knew them in the 40s socially were very simple problems like acting out in class, gum chewing, talking back to a teacher, those were rules for exemption almost.
They were unheard of.
Unheard of.
I think you had to be hip, or hip, or cool. I can't remember what phrase they used. I guess all of those, I expect. But
What were the qualities of somebody who was...
Okay, they were good dancers. And they were outgoing personalities. And they were joiners. They got involved in school. They didn't just sit there and go to classes.
Was that you?
I think to a great extent, yes. Yes.
We have incredible memories to deal with. And they're not something we sit around and just chat about and say, oh, well, that's an old memory. No, we live with those memories. Those memories are part of our being.
This area, the bleachers were like about in here, starting here, going back. This wasn't here.
Well, here you are back on that field. How do you feel about that?
Well, I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah?
Very happy that I'm able to be here.
Does it bring back some good memories?
Oh, yes, yes. We had wonderful memories of the band and wonderful group of children. I had great success in teaching. I love to teach.
Where did you think you would be in 50 years?
Depends a lot on your health. And I'll be 80 in August. And I'm very happy to be here.
Today, Louis, in those days, Louis.
Okay. Louis Wenger knows all the ins and outs, in and out of trouble.
Still get in trouble, enjoy getting out of it, too.
What was hot in those days? Music, literature?
Some of the ladies.
Well, that hasn't changed either.
Right, it better not.
We never heard bigotry. We never heard that type of anger. We never knew who was Catholic or Protestant or Jewish. It really never mattered. High school years were great, and the longer you live, the more you realize how great they were.
Where are they now?
Yes. 66 graduates of the Babylon High School class of 41 are still living on the island, and reunion festivities will be held tomorrow night in Babylon. And we hope they have a great time.
They sure should. 50 years later, congratulations. That's it for us this hour. Thanks a lot for watching. I'm Melba Tolliver.
And I'm Scott Feldman. Have yourself a great evening. And
It just comes all the way across. I can feel it all the way around my head.
Today, it isn't regular.
This is Lipton's tea time. This is the taste. This is the cool of a satisfied face. This is refreshment that's one of a kind. This is Lipton tea time. So clean, so crisp, the taste sublime. This is Lipton tea time. Lipton.
Introducing a true breakthrough in sun protection. New Sweatproof Copper Tone Sport. When you sweat, it won't run in your eyes to sting you. New Sweatproof Copper Tone Sport. Because for some, life's not a beach.
It's the love story of the year, as memorable as Terms of Endearment.
Do you love me? What? Just tell me.
Julia Roberts goes beyond Pretty Woman, the best performance of her career.
You want me to tell you I love you? You can say, well, great, well, now I'm going to leave.
It's love story for the 90s.
I need a life. I have a life with you.
Dying Young.
I love you.
Rated R. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
Now at Little Caesars, Cheeser.
Pretty boy.
Hello. Oh, hi. Get 2 pizzas loaded with cheese and up to 5 toppings for $8.98.
Teaser.
The pictures you are about to see were taken by someone who didn't bring their camera. They were taken with the film that's a camera. The Kodak Saver 35 camera. So affordable. So easy to use. For great pictures anywhere, anytime, catch the moment with a Kodak FunSaver 35 camera. The film that's a camera.
The Queen of Me will continue. Friday.
She was going to kill her and collect her life insurance. This is a dangerous woman.
Was a widow drugged by her friend for her money and her life? Verdict. Then, a baby's contagious illness has doctors desperately searching for its deadly source.
Where could a child become infected with an organism like this?
True Detectives Friday.
This is CBS. Four-door Chevy Blazer.
Hi there.
Only $299 a month, no money down. How?
A 48-month GMAC Smart Lease.
Stripped, no doubt.
Stripped? Why, this Blazer has more stuff than a circus trunk. More features than a 4.3-liter V6 store. engine, four-wheel drive with anti-lock brakes, automatic transmission, air conditioning, all for $299 a month?
And no money down.
More gadgets than a Pat.
Your local Chevrolet Geo dealer. The more you look, the better we look.
A baseball contract, no money down, just $299.
Fairy tales can come true.
I can't believe they finally did it.
I can't believe you wore socks.
Young at heart.
They were meant for each other. Light Dry Canada Dry Ginger Ale and the surprising taste of lemon. Together, their new Canada Dry Lemon and Diet Lemon Ginger Ale. And the marriage is a whole new beginning.
If you are among the very
Great exit.
young at heart.
Queens cops cleared of murder charges.
Story at 11.
The Accord four-door sedan. We took a good idea and built on it. Introducing the Accord wagon from Honda.
The Accord lease program. See your nearest Honda dealer for details.
This morning, as guests at the five-star Arizona Biltmore are tempted to breakfast, the fine brewed coffee usually served has been secretly switched to Folgers Crystals. Does it have the fresh brewed taste and aroma these guests expect?
They would just sort of waft me out of bed. Tastes like fresh ground beans.
Would help wake us up, get us going.
It's Folgers Crystals.
Coffee drink. I would have thought it was brewed. Is the word elegant? Can that be used for coffee?
Mountain-grown Folgers Crystals. Coffee rich enough to be served in America's finest restaurants.
I'll drink to that.
It's one thing when body heat rises.
Best man, you're on.
But add stress to body heat, and you need dual action Sure.
Sorry.
Sure's dual action formula handles both body heat and stress, so you stay dry and fresh.
Steve and Paula have been in love since the 3rd grade. Here's to things worth waiting for.
There are 2 ways to perspire, but 1 way to be sure.
Some men would rather live their lives sheltered in the harbor, and some would rather sail into life with the unmistakable scent of Old Spice. Clean, true, and classic. Old Spice, one of the legends of the sea.
Where does inspiration come from?
When I was a kid, there was one great thinker who beat all the classics.
Why don't we share our honey with the woozles? Then they won't steal it from us.
Simple, but brilliant.
The wisdom that inspires us as children stays with us forever. That's why your children will find plenty of inspiration in Disney's Winnie the Pooh videos.
You can always tell you're good students. They know their poo.
Bring home the magic, only Disney videos, for your child's magic years.
Looking for an easier way to take home 3 delicious kinds of Kentucky Fried Chicken? Introducing the KFC Variety Bucket. For just $9.99, you and your family get tender, juicy original recipe, spicy, tangy hot wings, and new skin-free light and crispy, all in the KFC Variety Bucket. So drop into KFC for 3 great tastes at 1 great price, $9.99.
There's a breed of man who lives for the challenge of the grill, the roar of the flames, and the cold steel of the spatula.
Let's cook.
Dad, we're doing pizza.
But this summer, Pizza Hut has the incredible picnic pears deal. Try one of 3 great pizza lovers' pizzas for just $8.99 and get a second for just $4 more.
Okay. Who wants another side? Pizza Hut, making it great.
Robin Hood, a grand adventure, spectacular, exhilarating. Kevin Costner is Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, rated PG-13. Now playing at a theater near you.
Well, look, maybe the guy wasn't listening.
Oh, here it comes.
When allergies come on this strong, Benadryl comes on stronger.
This morning, the world's leading toothpaste brings people all over the world a whole new reason to smile. Introducing new Colgate Tartar Control with an exclusive tartar-fighting booster. Helps brush away bacterial plaque before it hardens into ugly tartar. For cleaner, healthy teeth the world over. New Colgate Tartar Control, because your smile was meant to last a lifetime.
Over 36 million women have had yeast infections. If you're one of them, I have great news. Now you can get the #1 prescribed cure without a prescription. You may already know Monistat 7. For years, doctors prescribed it more than anything else. They trust Monistat because it's not just for symptoms, but a cure. If you think you have a yeast infection, see your doctor. If you know you do, get full prescription strength Monistat 7.
The Queen of Mean will continue.
I was an undercover agent for the United States. People thought I was a traitor. But unless I can clear myself, I can never go home.
The Exile, late night tonight.
Eye on America. Children of interracial marriages. For many, life isn't as simple as black and white.
You don't fit in among blacks. You don't fit in among whites.
And even those who accept their heritage may find that others don't.
That's what society is telling our children. You have to be one or the other.
The story tomorrow on the CBS Evening News.
Provocative, daring, risque. Are the rumors about daytime television true? See for yourself on the Daytime Emmys at Night, Thursday.
This is CBS.
Ah, looks like the usual for dinner. Again. Try Shady Brook Farms marinated turkey cutlets. Deliciously fresh, deliciously different.
Channel 2 News Watch, sponsored by AT&T.
Coming up at 11, they say there's no justice. Tonight, the family of a suspect who died in police custody claims cover-up after the Queens DA drops charges against 4 cops. Plus, 3 members of a first aid squad stand accused of taking a homeless man's life instead of saving it.
Also tonight, the desperate search for a donor. A New Jersey cancer victim's family and friends fight the odds looking for a bone marrow match. And forgotten no more, Korean war vets take their rightful place in New York's Canyon of Heroes tonight at 11.
He's faxing it from Thailand.
The import firm of Franks and Crumpler wasn't done by a decorator.
He's faxing an elephant?
Their office manager is Mr. Crumpler's sister,
You already
Annie.
did.
But with AT&T,
Thailand's on the phone.
they've got the best help around. International 800 service and language line interpreters.
He says he can send you 50.
And that's helping business a lot more than a fancy office.
How about some Thai food tonight? If you're buying.
A world of help from AT&T.
Church scandal, a failure of celibacy on the next Geraldo.
Excuse me. In a blind test, women compared new Advanced Formula Agree shampoo to an expensive salon brand, Redken Amino Par, and guess which one they like better? You guessed.
In Washington, new highway safety regulations are...
We are in an era of fierce competition, spanning not just the nation...
For these demanding times, BMW introduces the safest 3 Series ever built, with a near-zero maintenance engine and perfectly balanced handling. The dramatically new 325i. BMW meets the demands of the 90s with its spirit intact.
Hey, listen to this. In a blind test, women like new advanced formula Agree conditioner as much as a salon brand, Nexus Humectress. So if one cost less, would you switch? I guess so.
This is no ordinary gumball. It's the gumball that introduced the world to NutraSweet. 10 years later...
Coming out of Long Island schools, local districts are protesting in full force. Among them is Rocky Point. And education editor Roma Tori Lopez was there.
The temperature isn't all that's hot in Rocky Point. Tempers, at least within the school district, have been running high ever since news of a proposed cut of $2.6 million in school aid, a cut that could increase taxes by as much as 27%.
All we want to do is to be treated fairly. We know that we're going to lose something. I don't think there's any question about that. But give us the same respect that you give to the rest of the state. Don't take it out on the kids on Long Island. We don't all own polo ponies.
We have never done this before, but situations call for some sort of drastic action.
About 50 concerned taxpayers from this district joined forces to stage a traveling rally, paying visits to local legislators such as Republican Joe Sawicki and Republican Robert Gaffney. None of the political leaders were in. They're in Albany, but their aides were willing to speak.
When can we hope to see some movement?
Oh, I'd like to say I wish I could commit myself and stay by next Wednesday, but I don't know. There is movement, but as to whether or not there's resolution, you know, is another.
Does it sound like the same old political rhetoric?
To some degree, yes, it does. But I think they're starting to see some people who are angry, people who are determined, people who are not going away.
Like so many other Long Island school districts, Rocky Point stands to lose a lot of money, and that could cost some taxpayers here as much as $1,000 more each year. But what distinguishes Rocky Point is that this district appears united in its effort to gain more state aid. The superintendent, teachers, and parents are all in this one together. But besides taxpayers, educators warn the students will be hardest hit, with cuts already targeted for vital programs.
When we have children who are at risk and are not going to be able to receive services we feel are necessary for children at risk, I have some grave concerns for the eventuality of what happens to them.
Rocky Point spends about the least per pupil among schools in Suffolk County, and yet despite that, the district is already on austerity. More cuts will result in more layoffs, they say, and less education for the children. I'm Roma Tori, News 12, Long Island.
Still ahead tonight on the news, a sales tax hike for Suffolk County is now in the hands of the state Senate, and Lyme disease on the island. How serious is it this summer?
From Montauk in the east to Great Neck in the west, news about Long Island for the people of Long Island. 24 hours every day. This is News 12 Long Island. And now, the night edition.
Grieving pet owners held a candlelight vigil Saturday night to remember animals they sent to the Middle Island Pet Cemetery. They say they're afraid the remains of their animals could be scattered all over the area.
The owners say they're getting little satisfaction from either the cemetery owners or the county up to this point. News 12's Barbara Wood has the story.
Over 100 candles burned for some much-beloved pets. The grieving pet owners gathered at the gate of the now infamous Pet Memorial Park. This is the first candlelit vigil. They want to remember the good times they had with their pets.
It's the proper thing to do, and it's really got everybody upset.
Is that why your dog is wearing an
black armband? Both of them, his brother over there, and we felt that was the proper thing to do, to come down and at least pay respects.
People are angry because the care they thought they were paying for just wasn't there. They're looking for justice.
Right now, I just feel like crying. I mean, I look at this, it's terrible. I want to see him punished. He shouldn't get away with this. I don't know how they're going to do it. If they can't get him on this account, why can't they get him on income tax? There's always a way.
Are you angry?
I'm devastated. I feel sorry for the people that had dogs cremated.
And for pets who are cremated, it can be a real problem. This bag contains the remains of Chrissy. You can only assume Chrissy was a dog since the bag reads 65 pounds. But that's all it says. It doesn't say who Chrissy belonged to or even when the cremation took place. It's this type of slipshod procedure that raises complaints echoed by many bereaved pet owners. It's been a week and a half since the raid, and most of these pet owners are still in shock. Though these candles will soon burn out, most of these pet lovers say the pain and the memory will be with them always. In Middle Island, Barbara Wood, News 12, Long Island.
Police say a graduation party turned into chaos when partygoers and police got into a brawl. 9 people were arrested and several officers and partygoers were injured. Some were charging police brutality. News 12's Judy Martin has more.
Garbage, overturned tables, empty kegs. The leftovers from a graduation party that apparently erupted into a brawl between police and partygoers. Police say when arriving here on Cinnamon Road after being called by neighbors, they were pelted with beer bottles and assaulted. But partygoers tell a different story.
Brutality, outrage, we won't stand for it.
They say police used excessive force to control the situation. Paula Meisner says police stormed the party and immediately grabbed her and a friend by the hair before dragging her on the pavement.
My dad came along and he grabbed the cop's arms and he just told him, don't touch me, don't handle me like that, because I was screaming, I was in pain.
Paula's mother says she also tried to help and was arrested along with Paula's dad.
They stomped my head, they were choking me, hit my head on the ground.
But police say the public assaulted them.
The police responded and used the necessary force to effect the arrest of the violators. There was no police brutality at all.
Sergeant John Diffley says he was hit in the face while trying to make arrests. Arrested for the assault on Sergeant Diffley was 23-year-old Joseph Lacazzi. Now, he's the one that witnesses say was most severely hurt by police. Partygoers say police threw him into this fence and beat him. Charles Allen was a bouncer at the party.
I saw them hit him, but him having no way to, to hurt them, bash them in the head with the walkie-talkie. I talked to some cops that admitted that, they use excessive force.
For now, it's the police's word against the partygoers, who say they are considering filing a civil lawsuit against the police department. In Central Islip, Judy Martin, News 12, Long Island.
4 of the 9 arrested and 5 police officers were taken to nearby hospitals.
An illegal fireworks ring was broken up after a 2-week-long investigation, resulting in the arrest of a Medford man. Suffolk police say they received an anonymous tip in early June that 35-year-old Wayne Crimley was selling fireworks out of his garage. Police began surveillance of the house at number 7 White Pine Way, and early Saturday morning they moved in on the suspect. Wilma?
The heat wave continued on Long Island with daytime temperatures soaring into the mid-90s. Long Islanders flocked to the shore to escape the heat. On Friday, 31,000 Long Islanders cooled off at Robert Moses State Park. On Saturday, that number was estimated at 40,000. News 12's Patty Ann Brown reports.
About 40,000 Long Islanders spread their towels at Robert Moses State Park for relief from scorching temperatures in the mid-90s. What about the heat?
I think it's hot enough. Thank you.
It's very hot today. I thought the beach was going to be packed today, and it was fairly packed.
I live in Manhattan in a high-rise, so I guess everyone knows how people in Manhattan feel with this heat. Horrible. We want to get out.
It's very comfortable here at the beach compared to inland. We were here last night, and it was so cool here, and as soon as we got home, we felt like we were in an oven.
The ocean water is still cold, but many beachgoers plunged in anyway to take the edge off the brutal heat. Just because it's so hot, you just had to go in?
Just because it's so hot, I had to go in.
This extreme heat has made Long Islanders more grateful than ever that they have this beach to come to. Many say they don't know how they'd be coping with this weather if a recent threat to close the beach had come through.
We don't want to go to the pools. We prefer to come here. It's our place.
It's just great.
Not too hot for you?
Not here. This is the best place to be.
The fate of the beach is still up in the air as lawmakers mull over several different bills to keep the park open. Some say the delay is due to wrangling over who will get the credit for saving the beach. But the wrangling must end sometime this coming week before the legislature takes a recess. In the meantime, these beachgoers say their entire summer is hanging in the balance. At Robert Moses State Park, Patty Ann Brown, News 12, Long Island.
As Patty Ann just reported, the fate of Robert Moses and other state parks is in the hands of the state legislature, and 2 state lawmakers say there's no reason to worry. Robert Moses will remain open.
The greatest resources that we have on Long Island are our beaches, and I don't think that any legislator is going to stand still and let any of our beaches be closed. This is a priority when we talk about prevention, drug prevention, crime prevention. We talk about recreation. There isn't a better recreational facility than our ocean. We will not let those parks close.
There is a bill out on a calendar to spend some money to ensure that all of the parks in the state, not only Robert and Moses, but other parks in the state, remain open. We have not seen a necessity for the bill. The governor insists that there is a need for it. We haven't quite resolved that one. But it'll be resolved in the near future.
So that will stay open?
As far as I'm concerned, Robert and Moses will stay open.
And Marino and Assembly Speaker Mel Miller announced today that a compromise has been reached on some of the unfinished budget business. A joint statement from the leaders says a level of spending will be less than what the legislature wants, but greater than the amount recommended by Governor Cuomo. The exact details have not been released, but some funds, such as school aid, vetoed by the governor, will be restored.
Well, when News 12 continues, will it be beach umbrellas or just plain umbrellas? Norm DeVoskin will have the forecast.
And 2 pilots die in an air show crash in Florida, and a routine truck delivery causes a ruckus in Westbury because of a little radioactivity. Stay tuned.
Get to know Meat Farms. You'll like what you see. We're Long Island's smart choice for custom-cut meats. Our fruits and vegetables are the cream of the crop from the farms of Long Island. And our genuine Italian deli, delicioso. Friendly and courteous in every way. Terrific savings every day.
This week, lean and meaty spare ribs, $1.59 a pound. And French's Bold and Spicy Mustard, 12-ounce squeezable, 69 cents.
Meat Farms, the total supermarket with the hometown touch.
Charles Binder from the law firm of Binder & Binder.
I think it's the quality of care that we give to our clients that makes us different from most of the other firms. And we do anything concerning the elderly and the disabled. That is our field that we practice in. It's not merely Social Security, it's all the areas around disability and disabled people. We're very well known, and the reason we're well known is because we have been successful. And the clients have not only been satisfied with what we've done for them, but satisfied in the way we've treated them.
Binder & Binder. Call today for a free consultation.
Hi, I'm Gary Arcieri, president of Elegant Entries, New York's oldest and largest insulated steel door manufacturer, with another helpful home improvement tip. When you shop for a steel insulated door, make sure the door has a full steel edge and a steel frame. A wood edge door or wood frame is an invitation to an easy break-in and will cause moisture and expansion problems as the seasons change. Elegant Entries knows how to do the job right, first time, every time. And don't forget to check this Thursday's Newsday for spectacular savings.
Enter the home of Hassett and Wanthorpe, the ultimate full-service automobile dealership, and discover what thousands of your Long Island neighbors already know, that you get something more with our low prices. You get even more than the best incentives, even more than award-winning service priced fairly. At Hassett, you get 73 full-time employees driven by one singular objective, your peace of mind. Hassett in nearby Wantaw.
A routine truck delivery in Westbury became potentially hazardous. The Nassau County Health Department discovered the cargo was radioactive. News 12's Barbara Wood has more.
A truck from Queens with a 20-ton cargo of raw construction debris was all set to offload at American Refuel in Westbury. It seemed to be a normal delivery when an alarm alerted personnel that the load was radioactive. American Refuel refused the cargo.
No, we don't accept any radioactive or hazardous materials or any other unacceptable waste. We put in detection equipment just to make sure that that kind of material wasn't allowed into the plant.
This is the culprit. Radiation detectors at the plant waste station picked up about 3 dozen of these radium-painted instrument dials out of about 20 tons of garbage. So far, they've also found about 10 of these which weren't contaminated. That's all they expect to find in this load, and authorities say there's no health danger. Are there any dangers to the community?
At the present time, there's no evidence to any danger to the environment or to public health. It's all contained within the truck.
And how do we know that that truck is safe?
Well, we're at the present time checking it. We know that the radioactivity is contained within the truck. We have a disposal company who is dealing with it and who will properly dispose of it, so we could see no problem.
These particular dials were made back in the 40s. Investigators say they might have been used in automobiles or aircraft. The radium made the numbers glow in the dark. Authorities say nowadays these dials are made with less hazardous materials. The dials are being put into special protective containers to be properly disposed of. The rest of the garbage will be sent back to Queens once inspectors give it the okay. In Westbury, Barbara Wood, News 12, Long Island.
Dump site officials say the radiation detectors were installed over the winter. This was the first time they had picked up any radioactive cargo. Joe?
Spectators looked on in horror as tragedy struck during a Florida air show. Authorities say 2 pilots are dead after 2 of 4 performing planes collided in midair at Keystone Air Park. 1,200 spectators were watching. None of them were injured. The planes were in formation simulating the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. And 2 children are dead and their grandparents are missing after a plane crash just north of Los Angeles. Federal Aviation Administration officials say they've recovered the bodies of 2 brothers, ages 7 and 10, and now rescue personnel are searching for the bodies of their grandparents. The downed plane reportedly collided in midair with a SkyWest commuter plane before it crashed into the ocean. Both planes were approaching Santa Barbara Airport. The SkyWest plane landed safely and then reported the collision.
And there is a 1 in 3 chance that another earthquake will hit California within a week, according to experts. Scientists are warning of the chance of aftershocks, which could be as strong as Friday's quake. That quake measured a 6 on the Richter scale and killed 2 people in the Los Angeles area. Buildings in Pasadena had sustained major structural damage in that earth shaker. Well, further east here, we didn't have any earth shaking, at least not from earthquakes, but lots of heat, Norm.
All kinds.
This is like the what?
No, you said all kinds.
Oh.
Yeah, all kinds, a lot.
Must have been one of the hottest days of the year. Did we hit a record?
Well, I don't think we broke the record. We won't really use data from Brookhaven Labs. I don't really know what Brookhaven had there. Data is taken automatically. We won't know till Monday. But I just want you to know, I don't have any trouble with this weather. You know, for dinner, I just throw a couple of steaks on my car seat, and that's it. Well, temperatures in the 90s, and you know it is hot when Montauk has a high temperature of 91 degrees, and that is reported by Kim Hicks out at Montauk's, and temperatures were really almost sky high today across Long Island. Don Thompson, Noyak, 92 for a high. Look at these temperatures. Dick Simmons in Center reached 94 degrees. Jim Barbarese at Seatalk at 95 for a high. Dan Montague, 98 degrees at Central Islip. Also Walter Dibbins in South Massapequa, and Ed Linden, Mineola, 98 degrees. What a day it was. Temperatures almost 100 degrees in Nassau County. You can't ask for higher temperatures than that. Where's the cool weather? Well, it's way up here in Canada, and I don't think we'll be getting any of that for quite some time. It will be a little cooler on Sunday as part of that cool air starts to approach from the northeast. A very, very weak cold front will be dropping down across the region. You can see these clouds moving in an easterly direction towards the southeast. A few scattered showers embedded in those clouds, but it won't go very far to the south. So we won't be really getting into that chillier air that's way up to the north. As a matter of fact, these clouds will dissipate, and by Monday and Tuesday we'll be back into some warm air once again. Not the real hot weather we had today, but just some warm summer-type temperatures. Some light showers moved across the region on Saturday evening, moved to the southeast. A few showers over Shea Stadium. Some of those might have clipped the southwestern portion of Long Island. Most of Long Island was rather dry. So overnight periods, some partly cloudy conditions, maybe a shower or two, 67 to 72 degrees. For Sunday, look for variable amounts of cloudiness and sunshine, a few scattered showers, maybe even a thunderstorm. 80 to 85 degrees as highs, 70s right along the south shore. For the Mariners, winds variable 8 to 16 knots, seas 1 to 2 feet on the sound, 2 to 3 on the ocean. Visibility generally good, but poor in occasional showers. Water 67 degrees. If you're thinking about going to the beach, I don't think it'll be all that great with lots of clouds around, some sun, maybe a shower or two. A beach index of around 5, making it a so-so day. And when will we get cool temperatures? Stay tuned. I'll be back later in the news. Roma, Joe?
Can't wait.
Thanks a lot, Norm. Still ahead on News 12. Iraq responds to accusations that it has broken the Gulf War ceasefire. We'll have the story.
And the Queen of England visits Northern Ireland under a tight security net. Stay with us. That's next.
One Stop Sleep Shop has everything you're looking for. That's why we're called a One Stop Sleep Shop. Our 30-day lowest price guarantee and 30-day comfort guarantee on all bedding means you can shop with complete confidence. We're minutes from you in Coram, Comac, Smithtown, Huntington, and Pet Shop.
If you're like me and believe that the best part of any deal on a new car should be the price, then visit Huntington Chrysler Plymouth in Comac. Sure, they have the best service facility, but their claim to fame is low price.
The best part of any deal is the price at Huntington Chrysler Plymouth in Comac.
By popular demand, Stober Kitchen and Bath's spectacular June sale-a-thon has been extended through July 31st. This is your last chance to save an incredible 30 to 40% on Stober's sensational selection. Shop around, get your best price, then come to Stober Kitchen and Bath for price and service that can't be beat. The look, the feel, the pride of Stober master craftsmanship and innovative design, now at 30 to 40% savings during Stober Kitchen and Bath's spectacular sale-a-thon, now through July 31st. Don't miss it. We will not be undersold. Experience an evening in the Orient at Shiro of Japan, where you can savor a unique variety of Japanese cuisine in a true Oriental atmosphere. Experience Eastern artistry at the hibachi tables while being served the freshest seafood and the highest quality beef and chicken. A treat for the eyes as well as the palate. For the truly fresh fish lovers, try Shiro's Sushi Bar, where your order is prepared in a true Oriental fashion. And for authentic Japanese dining, try the private tatami rooms with traditional floor seating. Shiro of Japan, Long Island's only Japanese garden restaurant.
For over 60 years, Nassau Suffolk Lumber has meant quality, value, and dependability. Pick up the Hot Summer Savings Circular. You'll find savings on over 6 different sizes of Insuladome skylights, one of the industry's finest manufactured low-E argon-filled glass skylights, Insuladome, only at Nassau Suffolk Lumber, passing values generation to generation.
Nassau Suffolk Lumber and Supply.
The Reverend Al Sharpton was arrested this weekend after police say he spray-painted the word Tom on a police department building during a demonstration at Police Plaza in Lower Manhattan. Sharpton was protesting the dismissal of charges against the 4 police officers who had been accused of beating Federico Pereira to death last February. Sharpton says the 4 officers are guilty of brutality against Pereira. And while Sharpton was getting arrested this weekend, a former New York congressman was released from jail. Mario Biaggi, who's from the Bronx, left the U.S. Correctional Facility in Fort Worth, Texas today. The 10-term congressman had been serving time for his conviction in the WedTech scandal. A judge granted Biaggi's release due to his failing health. He served 2 years of an 8-year sentence. Biaggi would have been eligible for parole in December. Roma?
President Bush says he still hasn't decided who he'll nominate to replace retiring Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, but he says he's getting close. The president, who's vacationing in Maine, told reporters that his short list of potential nominees has grown even shorter. When asked by reporters if that means he's down to 2 or 3, Mr. Bush says, "I wouldn't say 2 or 3, but it is narrowing. It narrowed today." The president is expected to announce his choice early next week.
Saddam Hussein is shaking up the ranks again to keep his hold on power. The Iraqi president has reportedly dismissed 1,500 senior army officials and 180 police officers. Hussein replaced those police officers with loyalists. The shakeup comes just a day after United Nations officials accused Iraq of breaking the Gulf War ceasefire agreement by interfering with UN nuclear arms inspectors. Richard Vaughn reports that Baghdad now vows to cooperate with those inspectors in the future.
The UN delegation leader in Iraq, David Kay, gave details of the latest incident.
When the team reached the site, the gates of the site, early on Sunday, 23 June, it was denied access on the grounds that the officers in charge had no written instructions to admit the team. The team therefore drove along a road skirting the perimeter of the site, and at one point was able to film, photograph, and observe a number of large crates, which according to available intelligence estimates, could contain materials and equipment for the production of weapons-grade uranium.
Commenting on a similar incident, Iraqi official Nizar Hamdoun said there had been a misunderstanding.
We told the Commission that we will be ready to receive the team immediately after the end of the feast.
The orders to take a conciliatory line doubtless came from President Saddam Hussein, seen here visiting the Shiite holy city of Karbala. It's possible that he's managed to retain some of his weapons of mass destruction, but the observer teams have so far failed to find the proof.
A team of UN ballistic missile experts arrives in Baghdad on Sunday.
The government in Yugoslavia is postponing a meeting that could give individual republics more freedoms. No official reason has been given for the delay, but one senior army general has issued a stern warning to the rebel Republic of Slovenia to end hostilities. He promises decisive military action if the warning is ignored. There are reports that the one-day-old ceasefire agreement in Slovenia has already been shattered by gunfire.
Leaders in Cambodia say they'll let the communist Khmer Rouge return to the country as part of a plan for peace. The Khmer Rouge is believed responsible for the deaths of more than 1 million Cambodians back in the 1970s. Cambodian leaders say they'll let the communist group set up an office in the capital as a concession aimed at ending the 12-year-old civil war. And in South Korea, scores of protesters took to the streets. They're upset at an upcoming meeting between South Korean President Roh Tae-woo and President Bush. In one city outside the capital of Seoul, demonstrators hurled firebombs and rocks at riot police. President Roh, who left today for Washington, says a day of peace and Korean unification is coming soon. Students and dissidents have opposed the United States military presence in their country. Roh is set to meet President Bush on Tuesday.
Britain's Queen Elizabeth shocked her nation with a surprise visit to Northern Ireland Saturday. Completely surrounded by security forces, the Queen presided at a military ceremony at British Army headquarters. She presented colors to 4 battalions of British soldiers stationed in Northern Ireland, and she hosted a garden party for widows and victims of terrorist acts. It was her first visit to Northern Ireland in 14 years. Well, coming up next on News 12, Mac explodes at Wimbledon.
What the ball were you watching? That's a break point!
And rabies vaccinations for stray animals at Long Beach. Those stories and more when we return.
Get to know Meat Farms. You'll like what you see. We're Long Island's smart choice for custom-cut meats. Our fruits and vegetables are the cream of the crop from the farms of Long Island. And our genuine Italian deli, delicioso. Friendly and courteous in every way. Terrific savings every day.
This week, lean and meaty spare ribs, $1.59 a pound. And Coca-Cola Diet Coke Minute Maid or Sprite 2-liter bottle, 88 cents.
Meat Farms, the total supermarket with the hometown touch.
Charles Binder from the law firm of Binder & Binder.
I think it's the quality of care that we give to our clients that makes us different from most of the other firms. And we do anything concerning the elderly and the disabled. That is our field that we practice in. It's not merely Social Security, it's all the areas around disability and disabled people. We're very well known, and the reason we're well known is because we have been successful. And the clients have not only been satisfied with what we've done for them, but satisfied in the way we've treated them.
Binder & Binder. Call today for a free consultation.
Enter the home of Hassett and Wonthal, the ultimate full-service automobile dealership, and discover what thousands of your Long Island neighbors already know, that you get something more with our low prices. You get even more than the best incentives, even more than award-winning service priced fairly. At Hassett, you get 73 full-time employees driven by one singular objective, your peace of mind. Hassett from nearby Wonthal.
Everything the Germans know about brewing beer can be summed up in one word. Beck's, the #1 imported German beer.
Did you know you can adopt a free puppy, kitten, or pure breed at North Shore Animal League? And that North Shore will give you a bunch of free stuff, like free pet supplies, shots, even free spaying? Oops, almost forgot the free mystery gift. So hurry over to North Shore Animal League in Port Washington, Long Island, and adopt your free pet today.
Well, Mike Zimmett is here with tennis highlights from Wimbledon.
You got it. And first of all, the big weather news, as Norm Dvoskin would say, bright sunshine prevailed. There was no rain today for the first day since it started. And 11 seeded women advanced, including Martina Gabriela Sabatini, Aranxa Sanchez, and Zina Garrison. On the men's side, it was U.S. Open champ Pete Sampras and Goran Ivanisevic, who lost. But top seed Stefan Edberg won, so did Jimmy Connors, and 16 seed John McEnroe, who beat Australian Sandon Stolle in 4 sets. Here's the second set. McEnroe with the break point, Stolle with the return. McEnroe thinks it's out, but the ref does not. Deuce.
What the ball were you watching? That's a break point! There was no line, didn't hit any chalk. How far does the ball have to be out before you see one?
Vintage McEnroe, and once calm returned, Roma Stolle broke McEnroe, and he took the second set 7-5. And here comes match point for McEnroe, Stolle serving. Nice finish. So Big Mac wins 7-6, 5-7-6, Love 7-6. And watch, standing ovation for McEnroe. So they put up with his childish tendencies sometimes, but they still love him. Tennis would not be the same without a guy like McEnroe. And closer to home at the New York State Clay Court Championship at East Setauket today, Danielle Montez Dioka and Doug Livingston won their semifinal matches today, so both will square up in tomorrow's finals. And this afternoon in Las Vegas, IBF middleweight champion James Lights Out Toney made his first title defense against sweet Reggie Johnson. And remember, just 6 weeks ago it was when Toney stunned Michael Nunn to win the title. We go to second round action. This is Johnson in the white trunks, sets up Toney, and watch the left. Here it comes, floored for the first time in his career, but Toney got up right away. Toney cut above the eye in the 12th round with a headbutt, but Toney wins the 12th rounder in a split decision. Johnson on the floor in disbelief, thought he had won the fight. So what's going to happen now with Mike Tyson? Well, before he meets champion Evander Holyfield, you can pretty much count on a fight with the blimp George Foreman, and it was rematch time for Tyson and Ruddock in Las Vegas last night. Fight went very much like the first one, but this time Tyson won a 12-round unanimous decision. He also broke Ruddock's jaw. Ruddock was sent to the canvas on 2 separate occasions, in the second round, then again in the 4th. Ruddock missed the post-fight news conference. He went to the hospital, didn't let his promoter know. It was an ugly fight. Tyson had points deducted in 3 separate rounds for low blows, but despite a valiant comeback by Ruddock, Tyson was awarded the fight. How about Holyfield?
I don't think Tyson Holyfield going to come off because the Dubas is playing games. You see out here a sellout crowd in this arena. You see the largest pay-per-view in the history of pay-per-view. You see the largest viewing audience in the history of mankind, and yet the Dubas want to treat Mike with disrespect and try to offer him $12.5 million on a fake purse bid. I don't think it'll ever come off.
One of these days, I'm going to give Don King some quiet pills. It may work.
Please.
Please. And Fred Couples, the leader after 3 rounds of the Federal Express Golf Classic in Memphis. This golf tournament was a quickie. We opened with a long birdie putt. Rich Fear on 16. Bullseye, what a beauty. Then Mark Brooks coming up, his 3rd shot on 13 from the fridge. From the fridge.
He's hungry, you know.
Pretty cold there.
Whatever you say, Joe. That put him at 10 under, but Couples shot a 5 under 66 at Hollywood Park. Stretch run of the Hollywood Gold Cup race. Marquetry on the inside, Farm away in the middle. Marquetry ridden by David Flores won the photo finish in a time of 1:59 and 2/5 seconds. And finally, in less than 3 weeks, the Knicks will hold a 2-day camp for rookies and free agents up at the Catskills, and that is when Greg Anthony will make his official Knicks debut. The former UNLV point guard selected as the team's first-round pick at Wednesday's NBA draft, and he talked about playing with a team, a talented team like the Runnin' Rebels.
I think playing with the amount of talent that I play with is definitely a positive, because at this level, everybody's an All-American or a Player of the Year, and so when you step out there, you know, there are no dogs in this league. So that it definitely helps you, because everyone wants to be the go-to guy, and everyone feels like they can do the job. And as a point guard, you want to make them feel that way and still try to spread it around a little bit.
And of course, with Anthony there, it does mean either Mark Jackson's going to go or Maurice Cheeks, and I haven't decided which one will probably go. It's not going to be up to me, but, you know, it's just my opinion.
I think he's their best pick since Ewing. I do. I like him.
Could be. He's together and he's smooth.
Okay. Thank you. Still to come, some men do it with golf clubs. Now it's women's turn to tee off after retirement. Some tips on life after the job ends.
And new developments in prostate section. That's when the news continues. Stay with us.
Add a new dimension of beauty and charm to your home with designer glass from SGO. An endless array of customized colors, textures, and handcrafted patterns will transform windows, entryways, shower enclosures, almost anything made of glass into unique works of art. Designer glass is elegant, structurally sound, and has lasting value.
For more information or a free brochure, call in Westbury 334-3550 and in Lynbrook 593-1367.
Looking Looking for a new car? This time go with a winner, the Lieberman Auto Group. With Mid-Island Dodge, Dobler Chevrolet, and Sunrise Ford, you can't go wrong. Come set the road ablaze with a new Dodge Stealth with a Chevy Corvette for sizzling summer fun. And for great backcountry excitement, the new Ford Explorer and many more models at each dealership to choose from. So don't settle for less. Get more with the Lieberman Auto Group. 3 prestigious dealerships, 1 family management. Look for our great deals in Friday's Newsday.
P O R T Sport PC. Sport plus other rehabilitative therapy. Call 74-SPORT for an appointment.
Hey, I'm John Norris. Now, don't stand in line in the heat for concert tickets this summer. MTV and Cablevision Long Island have tickets for your favorite artists at the Jones Beach Amphitheater, and you could be a winner.
Party on the beach with Chicago, June 29th.
What's the best way to get your free concert tickets? Keep watching Cablevision for details, and you could be chilling at Jones Beach. Here's how to enter and win.
Stop by American Soundcraft and pick up your entry form to win a chance to see Chicago. Entry deadline is June 27th.
Florida, a new requirement has been added to the hours of education dentists must undergo each year. A 4-hour AIDS prevention course is now being required. The order comes from the state's Board of Dentistry. The action is said to be in connection to the case of a Florida dentist blamed for transmitting AIDS to 5 of his patients. Prostate cancer is a leading killer of men after middle age. If discovered early, it can be controlled. Nancy Davis reports on a new device that detects prostate cancer in its earliest stages.
Mammography, breast x-ray, a woman's best line of defense for detecting breast cancer at its earliest stage. Now men have a similar line of defense for detecting prostate cancer, tumors that form in the walnut-shaped gland located near the bladder.
Make a fist for me, please.
Okay.
If a man has prostate cancer, his blood contains a certain marker called an antigen. This blood test, called prostate-specific antigen, PSA for short, can single out that marker and detect cancer much sooner than the traditional rectal exam. But what the PSA blood test can't detect, this machine, called a transrectal ultrasound, can. It can pick up prostate cancer at its earliest possible stage, malignant tumors as small as a ½ an inch in size. By using this probe, urologist Dr. Alan Schanberg can get a close-up look at a patient's prostate.
The normal prostate has a gray, homogeneous appearance to it. When you suddenly get a localized area that's black, that stands out from the remainder of the prostate, that becomes suspicious of a possible early cancer of the prostate.
And that's what Dr. Schanberg saw when he did an ultrasound of Irving Lozner's prostate. A biopsy confirmed it. It was cancer.
I felt good prior to the test, and I felt a little disappointed afterwards when they found cancer. But prior to that time, I had no problems relating to the prostate gland.
Radiation treatment followed, and today, 2 years later, Irving says he's cancer-free. Dr. Schanberg says lots of his patients have similar success stories.
Today, 75 to 80% of the men that I diagnose prostate cancer on have the earliest stages of the disease. The nodules restricted to the prostate, the ones that I feel are almost totally curable.
Just a few years ago, men like Irving may not have been so lucky. But today, doctors can produce a happier outcome. That is, of course, only if they're given the chance to diagnose the cancer early on. This is Nancy Davis reporting.
And now Roma has 2 guests. Roma?
Thank you, Joe. Retirement is often a subject we relate to men, but women retire too, and they're apt to face just as many and even more problems as their male counterparts. Many of the women retiring today started careers as a result of the encouragement of the women's movement in the 60s and 70s. But as my guest discovered, now that these women are ready to leave their jobs, there is very little out there to help guide them as they pursue life after work. Diana Court Van Arsdale and Phyllis Newman are therapists and sisters who co-authored a book on the subject called Transitions, A Woman's Guide to Successful Retirement. Thanks both for coming in.
Thank you.
Ms. Newman, the women's movement really didn't do women many favors in the retirement, and our mothers didn't really have these problems before they were prompted to go to work.
Well, I don't know that it's that the women's movement didn't do the women any favors. Hardly. I think that the women the women's movement did us a lot of good in the workplace, obviously. I mean, nobody is going to dispute that. And the thing that the women's movement has done, though, is they have neglected that now these women who had gone into the workplace and had interesting and exciting careers are now at the retirement age, because we are, and I am, and Diana is, the first group of women, really, who were affected by the women's movement. And today, I am retired, Diana is facing retirement. And when I was thinking about retiring and thinking about relocating to a new state, I looked for some information, some kind of guidance, talked with Diana. We discovered that there was very, very little information on retirement except for finances.
Now, let me just ask you this. Men are likely to get into golfing, fishing, those kinds of hobbies. Somehow I don't see women doing that, or even the things that women might be likely to do, such as needlepoint. Women seem to be interested in other activities. Is that true?
Yes, they are. And what we found is that women have many, many choices and many, many options. What happened to women who had grown up in the 50s and 60s is that often they had to go to work and they didn't really choose what they were going to do. And now when they retire, we ask women to think back to what would you have liked to have done during those days? What things, what ideas would you have had? And many women, for instance, one woman had thought that she wanted to be a lawyer. Well, she couldn't be a lawyer. In those days, it was very hard to get into law school. But now she's still thinking that maybe she would like to do something with the law, so that she started to take paraprofessional courses. Women's retirement really has to be thought of as being something different. And we ask women to think back to what they would have wanted to do, and now maybe they can do some of those early dreams and some of those early ideas.
Do you find that men are more inclined to the leisure activities and women are looking for another career, something a little more interesting than a golf game?
We like to think of it like that.
I don't think that we should knock leisure, however, because I think that a lot of women do retire and do enjoy the leisure. But I think that what happens is that women feel as though they're giving up too much when they retire. What they have gained, what the women's movement has given them. And in our book, which is called Transitions, we have tried to help women to keep the gains that they made and to carry it into retirement.
See, many women can do that while having leisure. They can enjoy themselves, but they can also keep those many gains that they take, so that women who have had jobs, who have had interesting careers, who have had power, who have had prestige in their jobs, when they retire, they have to give up some of those things. And we tell women that they should plan, because when they plan for what life will be like, then they will find out that they have the choices and they have the options.
All right. Nice talking to you both. Diana Court, Van Arsdale, and Phyllis Newman, authors of Transitions, A Woman's Guide to Successful Retirement, just out in the book stands this month.
Yes.
Good luck to both of you.
Can I give you a 800 number? 1-800-331-3761 if you'd like to order a copy of the book.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe.
Thank you, Roma. Up next, sun, rain, and heat were the orders of the day. Saturday, meteorologist Norm DeVoskin will have the outlook for Sunday. And Long Beach pet owners may be required to get rabies shots for their animals. We'll have details. Stay with us.
Everything the Germans know about brewing beer can be summed up in one word: Beck's, the #1 imported German beer.
Did you know you can adopt a free puppy, kitten, or purebred at North Shore Animal League, and that North Shore will give you a bunch of free stuff like free pet supplies, shots, even free spaying? Oops, almost forgot the free mystery gift. So hurry over to North Shore Animal League in Port Washington, Long Island, and adopt your free pet today.
Pick a pool, pick a pool, pick a pool at Brothers 3. Round pools, oval pools, deck pools, now as low as $3.99. Brothers 3 has top quality Sharkline pools, the only pools made on Long Island. So drive to Brothers 3 and pick a pool today.
My uncle makes them, and my father sells them. You can't beat that combination.
Brothers 3, pool specialists since 1960 in Bethpage, East Northport, and Center Reach.
Imagine your family party in the carriage room of the Maine Made Inn. Or choose the captain's room and enjoy traditional American cuisine at a business luncheon or seminar. The Tiffany room, the herb room. From the outdoor garden and patio to the antique-filled Hicks room, the North Shore's oldest restaurant has the perfect setting to make every occasion perfect. Call the catering department at 935-6400. The Maine Made Inn. Let us cater to you.
That's right. Each efficient fluorescent bulb could save you $60 of electricity. Well, thank you for calling Lilco.
Hi, Mom. Dad's parked in the car. Don't work yet?
Just about, sweetheart.
What is this energy hotline?
It's an easy way for people to get ideas about lowering their electric bills.
Like how?
Well, with the high price of oil these days, we're helping our customers save energy, which also helps the environment.
You do important work, Mom.
You said, son.
Long Island would be required to pick up stray animals under a new bill reacting to a statewide rabies scare. The state legislature appears ready to pass a law requiring local governments to ensure that all stray animals and pets be immunized against rabies. News 12's Patty Ann Brown reports.
These animals in the Long Beach Animal Shelter have all been vaccinated against rabies, but there's no guarantee that stray dogs and cats outside the shelter aren't carrying the deadly disease. So far, no rabid four-legged animals have been found on Long Island, but they have been found as close as Westchester. This has the state so worried that the legislature is set to pass a new law requiring all public animal shelters to capture and inoculate as many stray dogs and cats as they can.
We're in the process of ordering humane traps to trap animals, to bring animals in off the streets, to get them inoculated, to get them examined.
The Humane Society has offered to help out with the project, which Long Beach expects to cost up to $5,000 a year for its city alone. But animal shelter officials say it's worth it.
Rabies is a fatal disease, and if we allow rabies onto Long Island to spread among the feral animal population, the danger is very bad.
The new law won't just cover strays. It will require all dog and cat owners to have their pets immunized with the possibility of door-to-door inspections. But even with these measures, rabid animals could still invade Long Island.
It's inevitable. What we can do with this program is minimize the effect of it when they come. We cannot stop the disease from coming here because wildlife is going to bring it.
Long Beach officials say they'll probably bring in as many as 30 strays a day, creating the dilemma of what to do if the shelter runs out of room. But shelter officials say that's a small problem compared with the danger of a rabid animal biting a Long Islander. In Long Beach, Patty Ann Brown, News 12, Long Island.
And Patty Ann says although there are no known rabid four-legged animals on the island, it is estimated that 1 to 3% of Long Island's bat population carries rabies.
And now here's Norm DeVoskin with a weather update, and let me guess, it's going to be warm. How's that?
Did you like the weather on Saturday?
I actually like this weather because I remember what it was like in January. So
well, you're one of the few people. You know, summer is interesting. You know, we look forward to it all year long, complain when it's here, and are sorry when it's gone. You know, it really is an interesting season. But there will be some changes. There's lots of cool air up to the north. We won't really be getting into that cooler air. It will be cooler than what we had on Saturday, but also look for some clouds and a few showers. There's a boundary between the cooler air up in Canada and the sizzling hot temperatures along out along Long Island and along the southeast. Now, we have that cold front will be sagging to the south. A little low-pressure system will move along that front, giving us some clouds and some showers on Sunday. It won't rain all of the time. It'll be mostly dry. The sun will get through. It's a rather weak system, but it will be a change from what we had on Saturday. The cool air up to the north, the sizzling air to the south, and that'll stay to our south, and then this front will dissipate late on Sunday as that low pressure moves away, and then we'll get back into this warm air for the work week. So for your Sunday morning hours, sun rises at 5:24. Look for some clouds, a few scattered showers, sun peeping through at times. Temperatures around 70 degrees, and that is still mild for this date. And for Sunday, we'll have more of the same, some clouds, some sun, a few showers around, temperatures around 80 degrees, maybe getting up to 85, about 10 degrees cooler than what we had on Saturday. If you happen to live on Manhattan Court in Jericho, you will have a high temperature of 85 degrees. And how do you spell relief? C-O-L-D-F-R-O-N-T. For the extended outlook for Monday and Tuesday, more summer-type weather, but fair skies, a few clouds around, and then Wednesday some big change with showers and thunderstorms and a high of 86 degrees. Tomorrow, not a great day, but it won't be terrible either. You know, just a big change from what we had on Saturday.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Norm. Statistics are supposed to tell a story, but our commentator, the Reverend Donna Scopper, says sometimes they don't tell the whole story.
They say a statistician drowned once swimming across a stream that was on the average of 3 feet deep. Numbers lie. They tell us more than we want to know. The Children's Defense Fund tells us that every day in the United States, every single day, 2,795 teenagers get pregnant. At least one will be named Sarah. 1,106 teenagers will have abortions. Some will be named Susan. 719 babies are born at low birth weight. Some will be named Sam. 30 children will be wounded by guns, and at least one will have the name of your firstborn. 211 children are arrested for drug offenses. Some will be named John. 135,000 children bring guns to school. I find that figure particularly startling. 135,000 children bringing guns to school. Some will be named Jim. The Children's Defense Fund also says that on any given day in America, 100,000 children are homeless. I drown in the stream of these numbers, but not in the names. I don't drown if I try to help Sarah value life enough not to get pregnant too young, or John from doing drugs, or Jim to care enough about his real safety, his genuine safety, not to bother bringing a gun to school. I drown in the numbers, but I can swim with a few of these kids at a time in any stream, no matter how deep it is.
Once again, that was Reverend Donna Scopper, the First Congregational Church of Riverhead.
And when the news continues, fireworks at Shea as the Mets take on the Phillies.
And it's no fluke that the Fisher-biting Michael Coleman Lowndes tells us how to bite back. And 10 couples that drop into holy matrimony when we return.
Get to know Meat Farms. You'll like what you see. We're Long Island's smart choice for custom-cut meats. Our fruits and vegetables are the cream of the crop from the farms of Long Island. And our genuine Italian deli, delicioso. Friendly and courteous in every way. Terrific savings every day.
This week, lean and meaty spare ribs, $1.59 a pound. And French's Bold and Spicy Mustard, 12-ounce squeezable, 69 cents.
Meat Farms, the total supermarket with the hometown touch.
Hi, I'm Gary Arcieri, president of Elegant Entries, New York's oldest and largest insulated steel door manufacturer, with another helpful home improvement tip. Make sure that the company selling the product is the same company that manufactures it and the same company that installs, guarantees, and services it. That's the only way to really protect your investment. After 25 years in business and over 100,000 satisfied customers, Elegant Entries knows how to do the job right. First time, every time. And don't forget to check this Thursday's Newsday for spectacular savings.
Come to Bears for your favorites. We have everything you need.
Run to Bears today for big discounts on a wide selection of infant bedding and accessories to enhance your baby's nursery. Plus, choose from a fabulous array of quality crafted infant and juvenile furniture. And if you stop into Bears between now and July 4th, you can enter to win a $1,000 U.S. savings bond. So come to Bears in Massapequa or Center Reach today for big discounts on everything for babies.
I'd rather buy at PC. At PC Richard.
Come to PC Richard & Son for savings on all Whirlpool appliances. This Whirlpool extra large capacity washer now only $4.19. This Whirlpool 18 cubic foot refrigerator only $6.49. And this Whirlpool under-counter dishwasher only $4.18. Never pay interest again with a PC Richard credit card. See store for details. For Whirlpool appliances, come to PC Richard & Son, the appliance and electronics giant.
Some folks consider it a fluke if they catch a fish, but if a fluke is what you're after in the first place, News 12's Michael Coleman Lowndes has some tips for you straight from the Great South Bay.
As the waters of Long Island's Bay start to warm, fluke will start to move in. My first fluke trip of the season always starts at the Captree Boat Basin. So today I boarded the Captain Joseph II, one of several all-season fluke boats located at Captree. Rigging up for fluke is really pretty simple, especially on the South Shore in the Great South Bay. For some reason, it seems that the fluke fishing responds better down here to the simplest possible rig you can get. Now, this is just a simple hook. We have a little bit of fluke belly here to give it a little extra flutter, and we're using frozen spearing. You know, the big mistake a lot of people make is knowing when to strike back at the fluke. You know, you got to realize that you're drifting. The boat is constantly moving. So what you're going to be feeling most of the time is your sinker bumping along the bottom. When you feel what you know to be a pickup, when you think there's a fish interested in your bait, let them have line. You can do that one of two ways. You can either do like I'm doing, keeping it in free spool and spooling out some line to them just when you get the hit. Or you can drop the rod and give them a little slack and then lift back on them. I don't know, he's giving a good account of it.
Got him right towards me.
It might be a keeper.
That is a keeper.
That is a keeper. No doubt about it. That's great. Makes life easy.
That's a nice fish.
That's a nice fish. Yeah, that's a good fluke.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good fluke.
That's good fluke.
Good Great South Bay fluke. That's definitely a keeper. Let's throw him on the scale just to see where he's at.
What is he?
17 inches. Yeah, that's a good keeper. This is Michael Coleman Lowndes, outdoors for News 12, Long Island.
I'd keep it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I love his pieces. He's great.
Yeah, I like him a lot. Want to do some sports?
No.
Okay.
But I'll do it anyway. That's sports. At Shea, it was fireworks night. New York supplied some fireworks of their own. Blanked the Phillies 5-0. Wally Whitehurst gets the win. He is now 4-4. Before the game, Mets manager Bud Harrelson thinking he's one of the Grucci's. There it goes. Top of the first inning, it's Whitehurst delivering the fastball to John. Gets caught looking he's out, but Kruk argued the call afterwards. He gets the boot. So here comes manager Jim Fregosi afterwards. He argues, and he gets kicked out of the game. And after a 47-minute rain delay, bottom fifth, Kevin Elster bunts with men on first and second. Mulholland comes up, throws the ball away. Hurst scores to make it 1-0. The Mets scored 4 times in the fifth, and they win it 5-0. And in Atlanta tonight, it is the Roma Torrey Movie Review Fan Club showing up for its annual meeting, especially the guy in the middle. Bottom of the ninth inning, 1-0 Dodgers. Atlanta with men on first and third, 2 outs. Mark Lemke up, and the liner to Alfredo Griffin, the stab, appears to make a great catch. The ump rules the ball touched the ground. The run scores to tie the game at 1. Look at Tommy Lasorda, though. Lasorda goes berserk with good reason. Check out the replay. The ball never touched the ground. Great catch. Should have been an out. In 11, the Dodgers win it 2-1. And in Milwaukee tonight, it is the Yankees looking to even up their series with the Brewers. Here we go. Top of the first inning, it's Hensley Mullins up with a 1-0 Yankee lead, and he rifles the hit off the shortstop into left. Here comes Mattingly. Here comes Barfield. Yankees score 3 times. The Yankees trailed 8-3 and staged another big comeback. Top of the ninth inning, it's Mel Hall up, and he launches a rocket to right field with 2 outs. 2 runs scored. The Yankees come from behind and win it by the score of 9-8. And that is sports. Here's Joe and the woman with the fan club.
I'm going to get you. Let's talk marriage, shall we? Marriage has been described as an emotional roller coaster ride. This is the story now of 10 couples who took the plunge. Susan Ferencamp reports.
It's an early start to the ups and downs of married life. 10 couples in Tampa, Florida tied the knot while riding a Python roller coaster. A local radio station sponsored what was called the Weird, Wild, Wacky Wedding.
If true love guides your every action, you can expect the greatest measure of earthly happiness, the rest of God.
The Reverend Edwin Gardner performed these non-traditional nuptials with tiny microphones and headpieces so all could hear. It took 3 times around to complete the ceremony, but less than 3 minutes, and they were husbands and wives.
I pronounce that you are husband and wife together in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Those whom God has joined together, let no man put asunder.
When it was all over, the couple seemed all the better for the wear. The bumpy ride may prepare them for the rough times that inevitably hit every marriage.
Finally got what we wanted, to be together forever.
There was a big bash afterward for the 10 couples who just happened to be lucky enough to be chosen from a pool of 60 for this once-in-a-lifetime wedding. I'm Susan Fahrenkamp reporting.
It's all downhill from there, believe me, Jeff.
Oh, I can't top that. That's the news for now. Thanks for watching. I'm Joe Moskowitz.
And I'm Roma Torrey Lopez. We leave you now with the sights and sounds of Huntington. Have a good night.
Susan. Well, finally tonight, Long Island's king of rock and roll helped kick off this big holiday weekend. Hicksville's Billy Joel out in Amagansett this morning, and Roma Torrey was there as well.
He's Long Island's top rocker, but for the moment, Billy Joel has switched from disc maker to disc jockey. He's a guest DJ on WNEW's Rock and Roll Morning Show with Dave Herman, live in Amaganssett's The Stephen Talk House. Dave, how's he doing as a DJ?
He's tremendous. You know, this is just a local boy, and we're just having some fun on the radio. No big deal. Right, Bill?
No, as long as you got some good music going, everything goes well.
We broadcast out on Long Island now on 107.1 in addition to our New York City frequency, and long 4th of July holiday, and I know that Bill lives out here, so I dropped him a note and I said, let's have some fun for the Long Island folks, and he said, sure. It was really that easy.
He had plenty of time, 4 hours to be exact, from 6 in the morning till 10, to talk about some of his favorite causes.
If these fishermen disappear, which is going to be, I don't know, just another suburb, and I want this place to have an identity, and I'd like people to know that we need an identity.
Fans who won tickets for the event packed the tiny cafe, hoping he'd eventually perform. And by about 9 o'clock, they got their wish. On a scale of life experiences, how does this one rate? 10. Really? A definite 10. Better than what? Sex.
Why are you here today, Cody?
I'm seeing the show.
What show is that?
Billy Jones.
Where's Christy?
And wasn't this his lucky day? Besides Billy's wife, Christy Brinkley, he brought some other friends to help him out, including actress Kathleen Turner. But mostly, it was Billy talking about the thing he does best, music. Are you going to be recording anything this summer?
If I write something, I will. But I just finished a long 16-month tour, so all I have to write about right now are hotels, airports, and backstage. It doesn't make for good music. So I've got to do a little bit of living first.
And if he ever decides to pack it in as a performer, now at least he knows he's got a second career. In Amagansett, I'm Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island.
Not that he'll ever have to worry about that.
No, I don't think so.
Not hardly.
No.
All right, that is it. Long Islanders, of course, have been very concerned about education dollars. Governor Cuomo had at first proposed cutting $891 million from school aid.
Well, just how does the budget affect local schools? Here's our education editor, Roma Torre, with the report.
Thank you, Scott. Melba, among educators, the overall feeling now that the budget has been settled is more relief than anything else. It is finally over, but you won't be finding any celebrations over this settlement.
It may be early in the season, but already it's felt like a long, hot summer for Long Island educators. They've had to sweat through more than 3 months of waiting for a state aid package. Their troubles began in January when Governor Cuomo proposed cutting nearly $1 billion from education aid. Long Island schools accounted for more than half that total cut. Then in May, the legislature restored about half the money. But in less than a month, the governor vetoed the legislature's package, and the governor's full cuts remained. Now, the final deal, a compromise that settles on a cut of about $500 million from New York schools.
It looks as though downstate, Nassau, Suffolk, Westchester, will be getting hit very hard.
No one knows yet exactly how much Long Island schools would be getting in the school aid package. In fact, this is the first time the legislature has voted without first knowing the specific breakdown to individual school districts. But there is a grave concern among both educators and legislators that once again, Long Island schools stand to lose the most.
If the loss is proportionate for East Meadow, we will lose somewhere in the neighborhood of $4 million.
East Meadow has already cut 43 staff positions, but even with those layoffs, the district anticipates some sizable tax hikes.
That would tab out to be about $240 for the lower assessed houses and would go somewhere in the area of double or 2.5 for the houses that are valued in the upper level in this community.
Tax rate increases per home per year.
Yes, per year.
But Joe Barry, a vice president with the Nassau-Suffolk School Boards, fears the worst is yet to come. This was the year of cutting extracurricular programs, such as driver's ed and sports. Next year, he says, the target will be classroom instruction.
We've got to be careful. We've got to be careful what we cut because you're not going to be able to get it back. Once you cut it for that student's lost it forever.
Barry thinks that this is just the tip of the iceberg, and he says you'll be seeing many more budget battles, certainly over education, in the next several years. Comparatively, he says he expects our future wars to make this year's look like a kindergarten game of cops and robbers.
Doesn't sound good.
No, and it's not going to get any better, unfortunately.
All right, thank you, Roma. Well, while the new budget may have bad news for schools, it has, believe it or not, some good news for beachgoers. Robert Moses State Park will stay open.
You'll recall that the park had been in danger of closing because of a lack of money, but those storm clouds apparently have been blown away now. News 12's Matt Jablow right now.
Nobody Boys in the Hood is a new film about black-on-black violence, and since it opened Friday, there's been nothing but trouble.
That's right, Scott. Trouble for a lot of people, at least 35 across the country who've been injured at theaters where the movie is being shown, including somebody here on Long Island. Roma Torre is here now with a review of the movie and maybe what's going on around the movie as well. Roma?
It is a real shame that there is so much violence connected with this film because it really deserves to be seen. I have to stress this is not a black film as it is often described. It is simply one that contains a very powerful message for all of us. Boys in the Hood is a riveting drama about the coming of age of young African Americans growing up in their South Los Angeles neighborhood. It has the feel at first of a Stand By Me, adolescent friends on a path to self-discovery. That path is a crooked one, rigged with pitfalls and dangerous curves. But this is no small-town middle America. This is a city where pitfalls are often deadly. Drugs, guns, chronically abusive parents. Violence is a way of life, often a way of death. And for so many who live in these hoods, their path is a dead end. Some very lofty ideas wrapped up in a terrifically simple story. It follows the life of Trey Stiles and his friends. Trey lives with his father, a good, stern man who tries to do the best for his son. But in this neighborhood, where even the police are hostile, raising a family is often a losing battle.
Somebody broke into the house. I fired at him with my piece and he ran away.
So you didn't get him?
Well, if I got him, he'd be laid out here in front of you, right?
Is there anything missing?
No.
Good. No need to make out a report.
12 after 65. We've got a 415 on Florence between Vermont and Normandy.
You know, it's too bad you didn't get him. Be one less nigger out here in the streets we have to worry about.
Boys in the Hood is refreshingly realistic and doesn't resort to any stereotypes. It is a job well done from all concerned, writer-director John Singleton and his very effective cast of unfamous actors. They have portrayed an American dream turned into a nightmare that could eventually claim us all. Now, despite its subject matter, Boys in the Hood refrains from very graphic violence, and that's to be applauded. There's also a strong message of hope and a lesson of love and respect. Unfortunately, as we have seen at theaters where the film is being shown, we still haven't learned enough. Scott?
All right, thank you, Roma. Let's hope things get a little safer. If you have ever considered adopting...
Why, the word is getting around.
You mean I can get top quality Bridgestone Potenza all-season tires and an oil change, too? Right here at Plainview Tires? You mean I can get top quality Bridgestone 471 all-season tires and my brakes done too? Right here at Plainview Tires? You mean I can get top quality Bridgestone Desert Jeweler RV tires and do wheel alignment right here at Plainview Tires? Top quality Bridgestone tires. Friendly professional service right here at Plainview Tires.
Of course.
Long Island's first choice for TV news. News 12 Long Island.
From Montauk in the east to Great Neck in the west. News about Long Island for the people of Long Island. 24 hours every day. This is News 12 Long Island. And now, the morning edition.
Good morning, everybody. The time right now is 6:31, and on the outside, it's a comfortable morning, 70 degrees already if you're waking up in Long Beach. 64 in Riverhead and in Center Reach, 60 degrees. On this Tuesday, July 16th, the state is investigating the characteristics and practices of the late Dr. Philip Feldman. The unprecedented look back, as it's called, stems from the reports the quorum dentist who died last month was carrying the AIDS virus and had been ignoring basic sanitary procedures in his practice. In Huntington Town, some residents want recycling, not incineration. Protesters at a meeting yesterday on the town's incineration plant say Huntington never fully explored the recycling option, and they want the town incinerator, which is almost 80% complete, to be converted into a recycling facility. And in sports, another member of the 1986 World Championships team is gone. The Mets shipped Ron Darling and a minor leaguer north of the border to Montreal Expos in exchange for reliever Tim Burke. And the Mets have now dropped 2 in a row. They lost to the Giants yesterday, 4-3 at Shea. The Yanks didn't fare much better. They lost to Seattle at the Kingdom, 5-1. Time right now is 6:32 in the morning, and it's time to give you another look at traffic. You can see here from the Inform map that we already have delays on the expressway coming out of the SAG this morning, going into the Seaford Oyster Bay and into Queens. And the Northern State Parkway is very sluggish between the Wantagh and the Meadowbrook. News 12, Ken Grimble is on the line. Good morning, Ken.
And a good morning to you, Carol. Well, the Southern State Parkway seems to be in pretty good shape. Things are moving here now through the Wantagh, busy through Route 110, and a pretty good ride into the Cross Island so far. Westbound Long Island Expressway, not too bad through Deer Park Avenue. That's our report, Carol. Back to you.
Okay, Ken, thank you. 6:33 is the time, and the place, the big shot, the expressway, the Northern State and Jericho, westbound traffic is moving along to the left. He's got a little bit of sunshine to bring into your life this morning, meteorologist Joe Chaffee. Hi, Joe.
And you bring some into mine, thank you. 5:34 and 8:22, sunrise and sunset, 83 and 65 of the normals, 95 and 46 of your records. As we kick off the day, we're very comfortable, low to mid-60s, and maybe 1 or 2 upper 50s, and dew points that are in the upper 50s, which means that it ain't all that humid. It ain't going to be. 60 at Eaton's Neck, 63 at Miller Place, 64 at Riverhead, Greenport Montauk at 67, seawater temperature at 70. MacArthur's looking at 63, dew point 61, 93% humidity, calm wind, and the pressure 30-23. That's relative humidity, folks. Just because it's 93%, it's not going to stay there. The humidity levels will drop down into the 30% range by noontime or so. 65 at Bayville, 63 Plainview, Levittown at 61, 69 at Freeport, 60 in West Babylon, Bayshore at 62, Center Reach at 60, Centerport at 64, 65 at Bayville, at 73 in North Queens, if you're headed there. Lots of sunshine, hot, not so humid today, 85 to 90. That has been the character of the last several days, and that will remain the character for another day or two at least. Shore and East will be in the 80s, clear tonight, warm and dry, 65 to 70. And for your Wednesday, lots of sunshine and hot, still low humidity, 87 and 92, except shore and east in the 80s. And we will be back with the morning's top stories. But first, Mr. Tucci, if you please, the picture.
Live beyond your means, but within your budget. At Park Row, the country club community on Long Island, where the price is unbeatable, the taxes inconceivable, and the lifestyle unbelievable. Where you'll mingle, tingle, stroke, and poke without going broke. Come on, live beyond your means, but within your budget. Call Park Row for directions. Dial 232-0100. 232-0100.
The curve of a sleigh bed. The beauty of a porcelain vase. The country French collection from Ethan Allen. When a room looks like this, it's a pity to spend so much time in it with your eyes closed. Right now, there's a sale going on at your Ethan Allen Gallery.
The case of the late Dr. Philip Feldman has the Empire State doing something it's never done before. Suffolk Health Commissioner Dr. David Harris says that the quorum dentist was HIV positive, that he often gassed himself with laughing gas, and that he ignored proper health procedures. All of that prompting what's being called a look back. That's a full investigation into Feldman's characteristics and the way he worked.
What lifts this case out of the ordinary are the allegations that abound of poor infection control techniques and even the possibility of impaired judgment.
State authorities still aren't commenting on the case, and a health department hotline for Feldman's former patients looking for AIDS testing and counseling continues to ring off the hook. You know, if you need more information on the AIDS testing or counseling, that hotline telephone number is 348-2749 or 348-2750.
Now, New York does not require healthcare workers infected with the HIV virus to tell their patients, but under new federal guidelines, some healthcare workers may be required to come clean about their own health. The Centers for Disease Control drafted a series of recommendations aimed at preventing the doctor-to-patient spread of the HIV and the hepatitis B viruses. Among the recommendations, the CDC calls for healthcare workers who come into contact with blood to receive testing and vaccinations. If they test positive, they should be counseled as to how they may continue to work and should notify prospective patients they are carrying the virus. The CDC also calls for healthcare workers to scrupulously use universal precautions against the transmission of disease, including the wearing of gloves, the sterilization of equipment, and the careful handling and disposal of needles. Also included in the guidelines is a call for more research into how to reduce the risk of infecting patients through medical procedures. It should be emphasized that these federal guidelines are just that. By themselves, they have no power. However, the U.S. Health Department expects states to be strongly influenced by the guidelines.
The sex abuse trial of 3 St. John's University students, all from Bethpage, is moving closer to its end. And although the jury has not gotten the case yet, many people have already decided. The 3 defendants need a police escort just to get from the courthouse to the nearby diner for lunch. An escort to protect them from the angry mob, convicted or convinced of their guilt. But inside the courtroom, the scene was the much quieter one, dominated by hours of closing arguments from the defense. Arguments saying the 3 defendants were the victims of mistaken identity. The attorney for Andrew Draghi spent 2.5 hours on his argument, asking the jury to remember that of the alleged victim and 4 eyewitnesses, not one could agree on the description of Draghi.
Well, it was clear from her statements that she never identified Andrew at any point in time. And it was just being pressured by the police to add him to the other people. I think it's clear from that.
Closing arguments in the case continue today, and the case could go to the jury as soon as tomorrow.
Well, it's the end of one of New York's most familiar banking institutions. Manufacturers Hanover, long a fixture on the banking scene, is disappearing from view, the result of a merge with Chemical Bank. The new mega bank will bear the Chemical name and will have assets of $135 billion, second only to Citicorp. However, the merger will not prevent layoffs. 6,200 bank jobs are expected to be eliminated in the next 3 years. Manufacturers Hanover's chief economist says most of those cuts will be made through attrition. Erwin Kellner says that will save the new bank $650 million a year. And last night he told News 12's Bill Zimmerman and Roma Torrey Lopez that our area can expect to benefit from the merge despite the layoffs.
Well, I think New York and Long Island gains in terms of having the second largest bank in the country with tremendous lending power, earning power, capital strength in order to lend money to businesses out here, to consumers, in order to do other things, transactional services for one thing. We lose, obviously, jobs, but we would have lost those jobs anyway because the banks have to shrink in order to improve their earning capabilities.
The two banks currently employ about 5,000 people on Long Island. Kellner points out the merger isn't official until federal bank regulators signal their approval, but he says at this point that seems to be a certainty.
It took 15 years to develop, but at last there's a final image in the instant photography battle between Eastman Kodak and Polaroid. Kodak has agreed to pay Polaroid $925 million for infringing on Polaroid's patents for instant photography. A federal judge had awarded the damages to Polaroid some time ago, but then both companies appealed. Well, now the appeals have been dropped. Taking a look now at the snapshot of our world financial markets. Prices on the Tokyo Stock Exchange slipped a bit during today's trading, the Nikkei average dropping 83.89 points. On the Tokyo Foreign Exchange, the dollar hardly budged against the yen, but at 136.95 yen. It did end the day 0.05 yen lower than it began. The picture is brighter on Wall Street as the Dow climbed nearly 10 points yesterday to leave the big board at 2990.61. And in London, the price of gold slipped a quarter at this morning's open, trading at $368.60 an ounce.
Coming up on News 12, we have a look at sports, and the Mets make a darling of a trade.
Also, we are going to have other baseball news and a look at weather.
For great vacation adventures, nothing beats the great outdoors. And Ozzy's Camping Center has just what you need to hit the road in comfort and style. Quality-built Coleman camping trailers for every size family and every kind of camper, from down-to-earth to the most luxurious. Whether you're staying close to home or crossing the country, a Coleman trailer is economical, efficient, and built to last. Get the best deal on a Coleman at Ozzy's for sales, service, parts, accessories, and hitches. Ozzy's Camping Center in Sayville, home of Long Island campers since 1958.
Well, sports fans, enter El Cid, exit El Ron. With Sid Fernandez expected to return to the Mets this week, the starting rotation was getting crowded, and it meant someone had to be moved. Now Ron Darling has packed his bags for Montreal. After almost a year of speculation, a trade became a reality. Darling sent to the Expos for righty reliever Tim Burr. Now, Darling has been a mainstay with the Mets since 1983, winning 99 games for the Amazons. His best season in 1988, where his 17 wins led the Mets to the World Series. And although they didn't win that year, Darling was very instrumental in the Mets World Championship in 1986. However, that was yesterday, and today, Darling is an Expo, but he'll never forget the good times.
Was dominant on that is going into the Hall of Fame. That ball hit hard to center.
A lot of tears at home right now, but you know, I'll always live in New York. I love it here. I love the people here. This has just been a great run for me in every way, on the field and off the field.
Now, the reason that Darling was traded to create a spot for Wally Whitehurst in the starting rotation, well, Whitehurst didn't distinguish himself last night. When Matt Williams hit his 15th homer of the year, the Giants had a 4-0 lead. The Mets narrowed the gap to 4-2. And Howard Johnson drove in the third run with a sacrifice fly in the 8th. He just missed hitting a home run. The Mets just missed winning that game 4-3. Burke will not join the Mets until tomorrow at the earliest. His 10-month-old daughter is having open heart surgery.
If the Yanks were graded for neatness, they would have failed after last night's performance in Seattle. Things are getting pretty bad, and it got bad for the Bombers. With Greg Cadaret on the mound and Tracy Jones on first base, Hector Martinez lifted a double to right. Now, as Jones rounded third, he was held up. Martinez didn't see that. He also headed for third. And as the throw went into the infield, Don Mattingly noticed the situation, but while trying to get Jones at the plate, Mattingly threw the ball away, and that enabled Martinez to come home as well, giving Seattle a 2-0 lead. Things really didn't get any better after that. The Yanks lost 5-1.
Still ahead on News 12, meteorologist Joe Chaffee with the weather forecast that, again, I think you're going to like, Long Island.
Well, let's hope we like the roadways this morning, and we also have the morning's top news stories right after this.
Back in the 60s, they used to call me the leader of the pack, and high performance meant fast, not high tech. Condensation in your fuel tank can affect your engine. Other products claim to remove water and fuel, only Formula X2 can prove it. So whether you drive a collectible or an injectable, drive trouble-free year-round with the real leader, Formula X2. Formula X2. Get the cure. Available at 8 auto stores, Autobarn, ATV, US 1, and Pergamon.
What a tradition, King Collins, of savings and quality. What a tradition, King Collins, tradition of courtesy. When value means a lot to you, you know we're coming through. King Collins, a tradition of savings for you.
For great vacation adventures, nothing beats the great outdoors. And Ozzy's Camping Center has just what you need to hit the road in comfort and style. Quality-built Coleman camping trailers for every size family and every kind of camper, from down-to-earth to the most luxurious. Whether you're staying close to home or crossing the country, a Coleman trailer is economical, efficient, and built to last. Get the best deal on a Coleman at Ozzy's for sales, service, parts, accessories, and hitches. Ozzy's Camping Center in Sayville, home of Long Island campers since 1958.
The curve of a sleigh bed. The beauty of a porcelain vase. The country French collection from Ethan Allen. When a room looks like this, it's a pity to spend so much time in it with your eyes closed. Right now, there's a sale going on at your Ethan Allen Gallery.
Good morning, everybody. It's 13 minutes till 7, bright and early on this Tuesday, July 16th. Outside, comfortable this morning, 63 in North Haven. If you're waking up in Levittown, it's about time. 61 degrees in your neighborhood, 60 in West Babylon. New York State is now investigating the characteristics and the practices of the late Dr. Philip Feldman. This unprecedented look back, as it's called, stems from reports the quorum dentist who died last month was carrying the AIDS virus and had been ignoring basic sanitary procedures in his practice. In Queens today, closing arguments continue in the sex abuse trial of 3 former St. John's University lacrosse players, all of them from Bethpage. Court observers say the case could go to the jury by tomorrow. And a pair of undercover stings across Long Island has netted police 16 arrests, most of them prostitution-related. And all the operations in Copiague and Westbury last night led to the arrests of 8 alleged Johns, 3 alleged prostitutes, and 1 alleged pimp. The Copiague sting also netted 4 arrests for drug possession. Right now, it is 12 minutes before 7 in the morning, and the very latest on traffic comes to us care of Ken Grimble. It's a nice morning, huh, Ken?
Beautiful morning out here, Carol, and good morning to you, and good morning, Long Island. Just a lovely morning, and traffic is really not that bad this morning. It looks a little slow right here, but after we pass this point, things will move pretty well on the southern state. The Deer Park Avenue is looking good on the southern state. Eastbound traffic moving along well. Westbound Northern State Parkway is busy through Wolf Hill Road, and on the eastbound side of the northern state, we have some volume building for some reason through Post Avenue. Westbound Long Island Expressway slow now through the Seaford Oyster Bay. That's our report. Carol, back to you.
Okay, thanks much, Ken. And the time right now at 12 minutes before 7 in the morning. You can see the expressways moving well at Betts Highway in Hauppauge. Clear sailing out there. The skies are also clear, but when will the humidity hit? The big question around here, Joe Chaffee.
Yeah, we're just sort of waiting for it, and it may not come for a while, at least not for another 2 days. It all remains trapped in the southeast, where we have an old front that's just sort of sitting here, and it's acting as a lid. It's keeping all this moisture capped. In the meantime, we're sitting with a clear sky. It's unusual to get a stretch of more than 2 days where temperatures are running close to 90 without any haze or any humidity, but that will be the case right through Wednesday and perhaps even into Thursday if we play our cards right. We'll put this in motion. We'll be watching the Gulf. There's a bit of a mid-level and low-level circulation. Sometimes you can get tropical storm development out of that, but sometimes not. Radar, there's some echoes off North Carolina, but that's where they're staying. They're all going out to the east anyhow. And our forecast map for later today is you can see the old front acting as the lid, capping all the moisture. We have the high offshore. A bit of a sea breeze will cool it down at the coast. But otherwise, with a bright, sunny sky, temperatures will easily make mid and upper 80s, and a few spots could touch 90 or so. Hot and not humid. Shore and east will be in the 80s. That's today. We'll be back with more news after this.
News 12 weather brought to you in part by Lilco, Long Island's gas and electric company. Listening, caring, and working harder to serve you better.
The Nassau Board of Supervisors has made it official. Nassau's sales tax will go up to 8.5% in September. The increase makes Nassau's sales tax the highest in the state. News 12's Roma Torrey reports.
Within just about an hour, the Nassau Board of Supervisors voted 4-2 in favor of a 0.5% sales tax increase. Republicans voted yes.
We cannot permit Nassau County to lose its credit rating. We cannot permit the safety net of essential services for those who can least protect themselves to be further eroded.
Democrats voted no.
This is the wrong way to go. This is a regressive tax. It is the wrong message to send to the people of this county at a time when we're in a major recession.
Ben Zwirn of North Hempstead and his Democratic colleague Bruce Nyman of Long Beach argued against the hike, charging the county with fiscal waste and mismanagement.
Why don't we start giving up some of our perks? What have we sacrificed up here before we go back to the taxpayers of Nassau County and say, give us more?
But the Republicans countered they've cut plenty already.
Since January of this year alone, Nassau County has cut close to $40 million in taxpayer costs.
But even with an 8.5% sales tax, the county deficit looms large. It is estimated at $150 million. County Controller Peter King says the additional sales tax would bring in only about $80 million by the end of next year.
I don't think it's fair to the consumer.
So now, besides its already high property taxes and energy costs, Nassau County will have one of the highest sales tax rates in the nation. Another dubious distinction Nassau residents will have to get used to starting September 1st. I'm Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island.
Nassau's largest water company says it wants to charge customers the same rate year-round for water. Right now, the Long Island Water Corporation charges more in the summer as a way to get people to conserve. But the LI Water Corp says its customers are
Pet cemetery for now. Authorities fear pet owners might perform their own exhumations after Friday's discovery of an empty grave. The Suffolk judge says no more exhumations will take place unless there is the consent of attorneys on both sides. Pet owners asking for exhumations will be back in court on July 23rd for a hearing.
And here's what's happening across the nation and around the world. Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev is getting lots of praise, but reportedly little money from world leaders at the economic summit in London. A draft of a political communique applauds Gorbachev's new thinking today in his country's reform, but the leaders are not expected to pass along a massive aid package to the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, President Bush says that a U.S.-Soviet strategic missile reduction treaty is about 99% completed. According to an ABC report last night, the only obstacle to the treaty Concerns a new Soviet missile which has a payload that exceeds the terms of the proposed treaty. But Mr. Bush says he still hopes for a summit this month. And popular game show host Bert Convy died yesterday after a long battle with cancer. The 57-year-old Emmy winner was diagnosed as having a brain tumor last year after suffering a stroke. Convy is remembered for hosting the game shows Win, Lose, or Draw and Super Password. Bert Convy died at the age of 57.
Friends of Baruch Teldon say his bravery will never be forgotten. Yesterday, friends of the Teldon family got together for a memorial at the YMYWHA in Comac to honor Baruch. Baruch died last month because of a bronchial illness. Just this past January, 12-year-old Baruch came home from St. Louis Children's Hospital to joyous celebrations after undergoing a double lung transplant. Baruch was battling cystic fibrosis. Friends and members of Lubavitch congregation heard Rabbi Teldon pay tribute to his son.
He showed us many things, but some of the things that stick out in our minds are the courage in the face of sickness that he showed. And the people with sickness are very human, very beautiful, very special.
Baruch Teldon's double lung transplant was considered a revolutionary operation.
Still ahead on News 12, the return of the 3 H's. Meteorologist Joe Chaffee is coming up with your Tuesday forecast.
But first in sports, the Giants say farewell to another piece of their championship puzzle. Details after this.
Part-time students. At most colleges, they don't feel a part of what's going on, a part of campus life. At Hofstra University, part-time students have the opportunity to enjoy a full-time college experience with all the benefits, all the privileges of full-time Hofstra students. For information, call 516-HOF-STRA. Hofstra University. We teach success.
Well, the average life expectancy of an NFL player is 4 years. Mark Bavaro's Giants career has lasted 6, but that career might have come to an end yesterday. Bavaro has had knee problems since '89, and his most recent surgery would have made it difficult to continue playing. So yesterday, the Giants released Bavaro, but even in leaving, the once proud Warrior remains strong.
In light of the condition of my knee at the present time, I like to think that they are cutting me out of concern for my own personal health and well-being, rather than out of concern for getting out of paying me the last year of my contract. I now close the chapter of my life story concerning the New York Giants, but as I've always told you, you never know. God's will be done, not mine.
To fill Bavaro's spot, the Giants re-signed Zeke Mowat. Mowat played 7 years with the Giants before signing as a free agent last year with the Patriots.
And the valiant story of former pitcher Dave Drevecki has been well documented over the last 2 years. Just 3 weeks ago, cancer took away Drevecki's livelihood, his left arm. But yesterday, Dave Drevecki made his first public appearance since the surgery, and he showed he hasn't lost his lust for life.
Being honest with you, the things that I enjoy the most are things that I will do. I want to play golf, and I don't care if I shoot 150. I'm going to be on the golf course, and I will still take out my frustrations on that little white ball, no matter how far I can hit it. I would like to play tennis. I would like to do all those things that in my contract I was not permitted to do. One of the things that does hurt is that I do miss the game. I've got to be honest. I miss the game very much. I miss throwing that fastball on the inside part of the plate and hitting the black and seeing the umpire call strike 3.
It probably won't be a dry eye in the house on October 5th at Candlestick Park. That's the day the Giants are going to hold Dave Drevecki Day.
Full of courage. Coming up next, Joe Chaffee takes a look at our forecast. Another nice day.
Also coming up, the top news stories of your Tuesday in just a minute.
The following is a Cablevision editorial.
This week, it's your turn to tell us what you think about the issues facing Long Island. In response to our editorial criticizing what we felt was an acute lack of leadership in the Suffolk County Legislature as Suffolk's deficit grew and its bond rating dropped, most viewers seem to agree, although the legislators who phoned us didn't. From Senator Marichis, you hit the nail on the head. From Wading River, we have too many chiefs in our county government. Another viewer, though, says the problem is with one chief in particular, County Executive Patrick Halpin. He has seen fit to use county employees to cut his budget without coming up with one other budget-cutting measure. A Huntington viewer saw our editorial about the state deficit and school district budgets and wrote, "The public's ability to handle these mountainous expenses has been totally exhausted. Tragically, the results in terms of scholastic performance of the students have been underwhelming, despite the copious funding." Cablevision criticized Long Island college students and administrators who disrupted blood drives. They charged that government guidelines restricting some blood donations are racist. A longtime blood donor writes, "The need to screen blood is nothing racial. It is very important. I look anxiously for the latest device to test the donor's blood without having to restrict donors based on which part of the world they're from." So do we. When the State Court of Appeals upheld Suffolk County's ban on plastic packaging, we urge that the ban be implemented as soon as possible. A salesman of plastic products disagrees. Paper cups are coated with wax, polyethylene, or other non-biodegradable materials.
Successful. I've been getting anywhere from 50 to a full field of 64 every Tuesday night, and I just came off of this big tournament we discussed, and I'm playing another tournament just for more or less the better local players in February. But the room, the room offers, a family atmosphere. I also have a pro shop. I sell custom cues. I sell accessories, balls, shirts, clothing, whatever one is interested in, and it's basically the whole room. My rates are pretty low. I'm in an urban area, a suburb of Philadelphia, and it's affordable to the people in the area. So it's good.
Stay tuned. We'll be back with more from Bob Madoff and the Drexel Line Billiard Club in just a few minutes. Now it's time we check in with Tom Dr. Q. Rossman. This week, the doctor has another of his phenomenal world-famous trick shots for us.
This is Tom Dr. Q. Rossman. This week, I'm figuring out a mathematical approach to figuring out those draw shots. Sometimes it takes a lot of time when you don't have that time to practice. When you get on the old calculator, you punch those buttons, you can know exactly how to make a draw shot without any problem at all. Let me demonstrate that to you. If you take your calculator and place it on the table just like that, and on the table you've got a series of 3 balls in front of the cue ball here, and those are ahead of the cue ball for weight, and they kind of hold that cue ball back when you shoot the draw stroke. Over in this corner you've got the 9 ball. What makes this a beautiful shot is the cue ball will shoot down through those balls, and the cue ball, when it comes out like this, it'll actually draw around the calculator and back into the 9 ball. So the next time you get this shot, you can calculate it this way. This is an extremely low draw, forced draw shot, where you have to follow through and extend your cue stick through the shot all the way to that 3rd ball in the setup. Here we go. Watch that cue ball go out and curve back around. Now you notice that time when I hit that, I went ahead and I hit it just a little bit flat. Let me demonstrate a little bit way to change that. Let's say, for instance, that you're shooting that shot and you want to get a little bit more arc to it. You notice how it went out a little bit too far before it came back? There's a technique you can use to bring that out and come back at a little sharper angle. And what that is to extend your follow-through with a little more wrist snap to it. So let's do it one more time and watch that cue ball now when it comes around that calculator. It'll really zip back there. Watch it. That's how you do it when you want to get the right kind of spin on the cue ball, what we call a forced draw. Now there's a couple of other shots, one in particular that you'll have in a game occasionally, in the game of 9 ball, called a nip draw. Now a nip draw is where you actually don't use a full bridge in the game. You might have a game where you have object balls set up and you're blocked out by a particular shot. Let's say you're playing in a game and this is your shot, and you want to actually draw around from the 4 ball, draw back into the 9 ball like this. This is called a nip draw. And in this case, you use a very, very short bridge. You actually make a fist out of your hand and go right up against the cue ball about 2 inches from it and just kind of snap your backhand. Watch the cue ball go around and just short nip back into the 9 ball like this. And if you do it that way, you'll be able to make those short nip draws. That's another way to calculate an easy draw shot. So remember, you can use your calculator in 2 different ways. and you'll be able to make those draw shots to help you win more games. Next week, we're going to go into some of those follow shots, but we're not going to use the calculator anymore. So thanks for being here. This is Tom, Dr. Q. Rossman. We'll see you next week.
Stay tuned for more from the Drexel Line Billiard Club in Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania, and the billiard historian, Mike Shamus.
This is Mike Shamus. When we come back, the mysteries of Balkline.
This Week in Pocket Billiards will continue in just a few minutes. First, let's check on the calendar of upcoming amateur events.
Here's an opportunity to receive a free copy of William F. Buckley's historic Agenda for the 90s.
When you get National Review, you'll have news and opinions you don't find anywhere else.
But I think you know that National Review is my favorite magazine. It's my favorite because it's splendidly written, brilliantly edited, and a pleasure to read.
It's informative, probing, persuasive, and challenging. It's serious and it's entertaining. I think it's terrific.
I like it because it cuts through the nonsense that normally surrounds most political issues with simple, common sense. And, of course, I love the humor. It's a very funny magazine.
Yep, no other magazine gives you what we give you, guaranteed.
Call this toll-free number now, and we'll send you absolutely free and with no obligation this copy of Agenda for the 90s. For a trial subscription to National Review for only $24.95, call toll-free 1-800-238-3100. That's 1-800-238-3100.
1-900-896-2333. The Sports Channel America Sports Hotline for all the scores.
In a 3-2 overtime thriller.
For sports news.
Some big free agent signings today.
1-900-896-2333 is all you need. 24 hours a day, every day. Get late-breaking results and news on your favorite sport.
For basketball, press 1 now.
1-900-896-2333. The Sports Channel America Sports Hotline. Call today. If you haven't checked out the World Basketball League yet, listen to what the experts are saying. Imagine a game played by 10 Bob Cousy's, and you have a fix on the WBL. It's basketball as Dr. Naismith envisioned it. Bring along your fast-breaking, shot-making, lane-driving runners and gunners. Gas drives the game in this league. The WBL is the future of pro sports. The World Basketball League Game of the Week, Saturday nights at 8 Eastern, only on Sports Channel America.
Welcome back to This Week in Pocket Billiards as we continue with Bob Madoff and the Drexel Line Billiard Club. Bob, what advice would you give to somebody starting out in the business?
Advice that I might give somebody that wants to get into the billiard room business is to do a little research on the game. I think that if the person opening the new room is not a pool player and really doesn't know that much about it, he might want to take on like an employee or a partner or something that does know quite a bit about the game. They don't per se have to be a player or anything like that, but pool interest. They need somebody around the room that is interested in the game, knows about the game, and can generate some interest in the game with his customers. Yeah, it's the same old thing. If you go somewhere and there's nobody around that knows anything, then how can you get interested? You have to have somebody in there pushing salesmanship, basically. But the salesman must know what he's talking about. So my advice to anybody that might want to open a new room, they should get somebody in there, if they don't know about the game or whatever, to push it and know what they're talking about. That's basically, you know.
What about the future of this room, the Drexel Line Billiard Club? What would you like this place to turn into, or would you like to maintain, maybe have larger tournaments, more tournaments? What's in the future for the club?
I think right now I'm trying to get this room the way I want it. I'm only open maybe a year and 3 months now, and it's come a long way. I've already expanded once. I began with 8 tables, and now I'm at 15. The future holds for me possibly getting the next door over, and I want to add another 10 tables. If that happens, then I'll have bigger tournaments. I just came off that tournament. I had 32 players. The room was, I had bleachers set up. The room was very comfortable. Everybody enjoyed it. If I do get the next room and I do expand, that'll give me an opportunity to have a larger tournament on a major scale, 64 players, and I can add quite a bit of prize money and draw everybody from all over the country. But the future for me, I think, is to just maintain and keep the interest of the surrounding public, the customers that I have now, and just keep it going. I think right now it's going quite well, and that's basically it.
Now it's time to check in with the billiard historian, Mike Seamus. This week, Mike will take us back in time for another moment in billiard history.
Hi, this is Mike Seamus of the Billiard Archive, here with another moment in billiard history. In the last segment, we talked about the Champions Game, which was a version of ordinary carom billiards in which lines were drawn on the table, connecting the first diamond on the short rail with the second diamond on the long rail to create a triangular space within which shot making was restricted. We talked about how Jacob Schaefer Sr., the greatest player of his day, was able to defeat those lines by walking the balls back and forth between those two triangular spaces so he could run points at will. And the Champions Game died quickly in 1885 after an existence of only about 6 or 7 years. The experts put their heads together to try to decide on some tactic they could use to stop Schaefer from running points. And they hit on the idea of a balk line. A balk line is a line drawn in chalk on the table to define a particular area of the table in which shots are restricted somehow. Balk lines are drawn with this device here, this wooden frame called a balk line marker. It has a slat of wood which can be slid along the rail and other slats at varying distances from the rail. This one is 8 inches, 10, 12, 14, 16, and 18. I'm now going to rule the table for the game of 18-inch balk line. I take a piece of tailor's chalk. I place the balk line marker right up against the cushion. I hold the chalk here, and I slide the chalk and the marker down the table this way in order to create the line. When I get to the end, I run the chalk manually down here, like this. And now, through the magic of television, well, you can now see that the table looks like an elongated tic-tac-toe board. It's been divided into 9 squares and rectangles with 8 little boxes at the point where each balk line intersects a cushion. I'll explain those in a minute. First, let me tell you the rules of the game of balk line. This is 18-inch balk line, which means that the balk lines have been drawn 18 inches from a cushion. That's 18 inches. It's a little more than 1 diamond. The boxes that count in this game are all of the ones that you see except for the center space. If the balls are in the center space, there's no restriction on the number of points a player might make depending on his level of skill. 1, 2. If he could make 100 that way, that was legal. No restriction. But of course it's very difficult to make 100 points when there aren't any cushions nearby to bounce the balls off. That's why there's no restriction in the center space. But in each of these other spaces, including these little boxes, if both balls lie in the same space, then there is a restriction. In 18.1 balk line, you're not allowed to make any shots without driving a ball out of the box. That is, on the first shot, that's what the 1 means. For 18.1 balk line, if both of these object balls are in the box, on your first shot, you must drive at least one of the balls out of the box, as I'll try to do. The yellow ball left the box, so now the red ball and the yellow ball are in different boxes. So now there's no restriction. I'm allowed to make another point. But now the yellow and the red are in the same box again, namely this square. And so on my first shot, I have to drive at least one of the balls out of the box. If I fail to do that, I just lose my turn. The yellow ball left the box. So now there's no restriction. Trying again. I made the point, and the balls are not in the same box, so again, there's no restriction. But I'm not very good at balk line, so I missed. Now, the game of 18.1 balk line was the first game at which Willie Hoppe, probably the most famous American billiard player, won a world championship. In 1906, when he was just about 19 years old, he beat Maurice Vignot of France, who was then in his 70s, in Paris in a two-night match for the championship of the world. Another version of balk line is 18.2 balk line, which is something of a more delicate game. In 18.2, you only have to drive a ball out on the second shot of your turn if both balls are in the same box as they are here. So I'm allowed one shot for prior positioning, and now on the second shot I have to drive at least one out of the box. And I drove the yellow out. I left myself a very bad position, but at least I made the point. Now, what people usually attempted to do in 18.2 balk line was to use that first shot to maneuver one of the balls very near to a line, like this. I'm going to shove the yellow ball very near to the balk line. That way, the next time, I can make it cross over the line. Now they're both in the same box, so I have to use the first shot to try to move the balls appropriately. In this case, I'm leaving myself set up for a draw shot off the yellow ball. I'll make it leave the box and come back to this end of the table. And that's the basic idea of all balk line games. They began in earnest in the 1880s in the United States, and tournaments were held until the 1930s, when interest died almost suddenly. The reason interest died was that only 3 or 4 players in the United States were very skilled at the game, and audiences tired of watching them take the championship from one another without any new blood being introduced. So it's very unlikely that you'll ever see balk line played in the United States, although it is very popular in Europe. This has been Mike Shamus of the Billiard Archive with another moment in billiard history.
This Week in Pocket Billiards will continue. But first, let's check on the calendar of upcoming professional events.